Hi everybody, I'm Sable Dragon Rook, you can call me Sable, and in this guide I want to show you how to get all 48 barrels for the Lock, Stock, and Barrel trophy in The Last Guardian. This means you have to give each barrel to Trico once. You can't just keep restarting from the beginning and giving him the 3 that are like right at the beginning over and over. But your progress does carry over between playthroughs. So I'm going to be playing straight through, doing an all barrels speed run for those who would like to casually hang out and like follow along. Since I know it can be like looking at a guide for each barrel can be hard because you have to try to figure out where it is and you have to keep looking to make sure that you haven't missed it or walked past it. So if you'd rather just skip to the location of each barrel, I created timestamps for all of them in this video, as well as a separate playlist of just the barrel sections. Also, if you still need Lightning Emissary, the trophy for beating the game in less than 5 hours, or any of the other emissary trophies, honestly, you can follow this guide directly and get that too, as long as you're quick. You'll have a lot less time than a dedicated Lightning Emissary run because of the barrels, but it's definitely still possible. So let me know if you have any questions, leave a comment if you like, and good luck getting all those barrels, especially barrel 36, right? So I'll give you some tips for that one in particular. It's the one where you have to throw the helmet up through the Coliseum. It's a nightmare. We'll get there when we get there. In the meantime, let's go. So yeah, if you want Lightning Emissary, feel free to follow along step by step. I like to talk, if you've seen from my other guides, so I'm just going to be sitting here gently commentating like I would if I was doing a marathon or something. Trico. The game is kind of front-loaded with barrels, so you're going to be getting like a large portion of them within the first hour. And then sometimes you have like a 20-minute any percent section where there's nothing. And keep in mind, of course, also if you're going for Lightning Emissary, if you're just doing barrels, it doesn't matter. But if you're trying to do Lightning Emissary by following along with me now, I'll point out stuff that is not really worth it for you to do. I'm going to be doing speedrun tricks. Some of it is just like, just do it a different way. Do it the way it's intended because it won't cost you that much time. You're going to spend more time trying to do it, you know what I mean? So I'll point it out. I just want to make it as easy for you as possible. Like this, for instance. You can just go and get the barrels separately. You know, you don't have to do this, but I'm going to do this. It's not important, is what I'm trying to say. So barrel number 1, 2, 3, all in this room. The best way to get Trico to eat barrels, and this is true for the entire duration of this all barrels thing, you want to be looking at him. Later, he'll get a little bit better about eating when you're not looking. But see, I have my camera on him because he's programmed to do it when you're looking in this room. 1, 2, that's when you know he's not going to drop it anymore, so you can get close once he's done that second munch. One, 2, once again, and we looked at him throughout that entire time just to make sure that he was eating. I think that the point is like they don't want him to eat the barrels while you're still like getting used to the game and wandering around, so that you actually see that he's eating the barrels and you understand that you can feed them to him. 1, 2. If you want to, you can take his collar off before you pull the spear. That'll help him go a little bit faster in the next section. Alright, so your first 3, already done. There are a total of 48, and as I was saying in the introduction, don't forget that they carry over between playthroughs, so if you know that you're missing just a specific one, you can just go to that one. You don't have to get them all, like, up to that point. However, if you realize, like, say that you gave Trico maybe just like the mandatory barrels in the first playthrough, so that's like, you know, less than 10 of them. And then you start an all barrels playthrough to get the trophy. Oops, you missed one. If you realize that you have to play the game again, it's still important that you finish that first playthrough, because those barrels get counted for other things, like the trophy for getting all the outfits, when you finish the game and like bank that progress. So if you get all 48 barrels in a run in order to try to get like the fine feather painter and stuff for the other trophies, and then you, right at the end of the game, when you give that final barrel, you restart without finishing the game, that sucks. Don't do that. But that's kind of a different thing. That's mostly for trying to get this stuff, these items, which you unlock by giving a certain number of barrels. I left Trico behind. He's taking care of his armor. There's a speedrun trick for getting up here, but it doesn't matter. Like where you don't have to wait for Trico. Excuse me, did you just... Bro, did you just try to like smash my brains out with your foot? Is that the kind of relationship we're gonna have today? So, you can, and probably should, feed this barrel to Trico, like drop it off the ledge, before you go into the tunnel, because that gives him a little bit of time to eat them, like on his own. Speedrunners won't do that, because we would reset in this tunnel in order to like teleport ourselves forward. But I'm not going to do that in the interest of just letting Trico eat those barrels. That's more of like an any % thing. We'll see if he's made any progress on them by the time we get outside. Cool. Mirror. Alright, hopefully Trico at this point has eaten at least one of them. Trico will do what Trico wants to do, but, you know. Hey buddy, how'd you do, man? Hey, I see some debris. Looks like he ate at least one. I didn't even count those in my splits, because they're just kind of in the way. However, ledge barrel is also in this room. So, barrels, the next 3. I'm going to lose track of which number they are. So, the next 3 barrels are all in this room. 2 of them were on this ledge. Trico's still working on eating, it looks like one of them. He's eaten the other already. It's a little too close to the wall. I'll go and help him. If he starts adjusting things like this, you're going to be able to position it better than he ever is. So. Hey man, you ready? Thank you. Oh, you missed. I promise, even though things like this happen, you'll still be able to get Lightning Emissary. And honestly, it won't even be close. Come on, buddy. We got one more. So after you give the 2 on the ledge, and I would just focus on those first. Leave this one for last. This would be barrel number 6, I suppose. Up on this ledge. If you can't get Trico over here, just jam yourself into the corner. over, like, down there. And just keep calling him. Call him until he can't get any closer. If you rush toward him right after that, you can usually catch him while he's still... He'll take a step backwards and try to sit down. But if you can catch him before he sits down, he'll pause and he'll sit a little closer. If you're having a hard time getting him to where you can use his head. He won't catch that if you throw it to him, so you might as well drop it. I know, it's a tiny room, you can't figure out how to do this. I get it. Great. With all of those barrels taken care of, we can head over here, break the wall, get out of this place. Get out of this place, right, Trico? Thank you. There's no sense in calling Trico at this point or really waiting for him to follow you. I'll show you a little trick, a speedrun trick we can do here, a checkpoint reset. Boy, this debris was just about the worst I've ever seen. So get past these pots that are gonna start crumbling once you climb on them. And when you get up to this ledge at the lake, wiggle your toes over it, just do this little wiggle thing there, and then reset the checkpoint. There, now Trico's behind us. No need to wait for him. So there are 3 barrels inside this room. Those are going to be our next targets. Trico needs to be hanging off of the edge there before he'll be willing to shoot this wall. Well, he'll be willing to shoot it, but he won't be able to bring his lightning down to the correct place because it'll get stuck on a cliff up there if he's not far enough forward. So if that's the problem you're having, just call him a couple times, give him a chance to step forward, and then he'll help you. It's easier to push this from directly behind than it is to, like, try to pull it or move it sideways or whatever. Pushing is not usually the correct choice in Last Guardian, but for this specific instance, it is. It takes one of these 3 barrels to get Trico down into the water. He's gonna knock me over with a wave when he hops down. Technically, this is a checkpoint. We're just not going to use it. So in general, it's very challenging for Trico to eat barrels in the water, which means whenever possible, we want to not force him to do that. That one, he did a good job. So now for these ones, instead of just throwing them into the water, we should wait for Trico to actually be ready for them. Good job. Trico's eyes should always be yellow, looking at you when you have a barrel. Amen. He's focused on what he's supposed to be doing next, which is hopping up to that cliff. Dude, you're way too far away. You asking me to throw this at you when you're so far? Great. I had to move, like, whoopsie, way closer to him because he was too far away. So he's going to want to jump up onto this cliff. You saw that already. But there is another barrel over here. So after you give him the 3 from the broken box, don't leave. Hey, man. Hey, dude. Hey. I need your assistance. These vines up here are what we're aiming for. Trico will only come so far forward. So if you're not sure whether he's in the right spot, just stand in this pool of water. And eventually he will stop moving, which shows that he can't go any further. Can you stop backing up, though? Cool. It's helpful to continue to call Trico for the entire time that you're climbing these vines. Because, again, he's going to want to go and make that jump up onto that cliff. So you want to keep him here with you so that you don't have to, like, get this barrel down and then, oh, you have to wait for him to fall off the cliff and come back to you, you know. We're trying to keep him here. Sometimes he doesn't listen anyway, but thankfully he's still here. Oh, dude! I've never seen him do that. He's programmed to be able to catch you, but he's not supposed to at this point in the game. He'll do that later, where he'll like catch you out of the air because he trusts you, but not at this point. There you go, Trico. It's just floating out for you. I'm just kidding. Here you go. I was trying to grab the vines. Obviously that didn't succeed. Whatever, it's no big deal. Cool. Waterfall barrel complete. Of course, now that you want him to make this jump, he almost never will. Like, of his own accord. See, now he just stands and screams at it. Because doing something else would be helpful. Alright, again, we don't have to have him follow us at this point. We're just gonna leave him behind anyway. Once this cutscene's over, don't forget that you do actually have to, like, jump off the cliff in order to start the next cutscene. Some people just kind of hang out and they're like, why isn't anything happening? There we go. Come on, Trico. So we've got a little ways until our next barrel. We've got, I guess, 2 puzzles to solve, technically. Whether you chase Trico out of there or not doesn't make a difference. You can chase him if you want, or you can just stand there. If you're really fast, you can actually grab his tail as he whips out of there. There's that windmill, which you can destroy with Trico's lightning. If you want to do some speed running of The Last Guardian, but you're intimidated by the length of most of the categories, run windmill %. You just have to get out here, explode that windmill with Trico's lightning, which, as you can see, we can do in about 17 minutes. The world record is currently an 11:04, I think. 3-way tie between me, Aiden, and Walter, I believe. So it's pretty quick. It's a great way to spend some time with Trico. You can run a little bit faster by tapping X along this narrow surface. That kind of is true throughout the game. You'll see me do it a couple more times, and I'll point it out for the sake of speed. It can help you go a little bit faster if you're also doing this for Lightning Emissary. Don't call Trico throughout this section, or at least limit how much you call him. We want him to kind of be as far behind us as possible, just so we don't have to wait on him later. I know that that doesn't make sense because you would think you would wait on him if he's far behind, but we do want him to be far behind. If you're having a hard time getting onto this pillar, because I know sometimes it can be annoying and you keep trying to jump up onto it and just keep bonking yourself on the back of it, hop up onto this orb first. Makes it a lot easier. And it gives you the chance to do what I just did there, which is an extra fast run down the pillar. Normally you would stumble. Once you're on these stairs, start calling Trico again. And because we didn't let him follow us too closely, he's just here and ready to jump. We didn't have to wait for him to turn around and all that sort of stuff. Next barrel alert! End of this hallway. Right after Trico has jumped up. Get him to explode this debris. Sometimes he has a hard time, for some reason, blowing it up. You'll just keep hitting it and it will never explode. If that's the case, put down the mirror for a second, and then when you bring it back up, just point it at a different part of the debris, and it should usually work. I threw this barrel down the stairs because normally that's faster. Of course it decided to go real slow, but Trico has a hard time eating this barrel up at the top of the stairs. It's better to bring him out like this. Oh, okay. He's asking for me to throw it, so I'll come back and do that. Now progress is over in this corner. We want to stay in the corner closest to where Trico comes out, because there's another barrel up here. As long as he's skimming up against this wall, it doesn't really matter where he is. Like whether he's forward or back or whatever. Thanks, man. This is another one that he won't catch if you throw it to him. It's just too far. So just feel free to chuck it somewhere onto the floor. He might be able to map to it by the time you get back down. Or you might have to hold it for him. Either way. This mirror, I tell you what. The bane of every speedrunner's existence. Here you go, buddy. Ah, he's got it. He's mapping onto that very nicely. Cool, cool. Thanks, dude. If you haven't noticed before, Trico's tail lights up every time you feed him a barrel. It's like his little battery juice, huh? Powering up his lightning. So now we're going up this opposite wall. The one on the opposite side from where you just got that barrel. This next section has a barrel that's inside like a mine shaft. I'm gonna have you reset a checkpoint because it's a lot faster. You don't have to wait for Trico. But in that case, Trico is gonna be up with you, which necessitates that you go a little bit faster than you might have thought to. Otherwise, Trico is gonna stick his head in that mine, and it's just a pain to get him to go back out. So when you get to the top here, these little 3 stairs or whatever, once you step over them, you can reset the checkpoint. Trico's going to be behind you now. You didn't have to wait for him to hop up. So just go into this mine. Don't call him, nothing. Just book it in here. Grab this barrel. And then head back out. Because he's already kind of gearing up to stick his head in here. And we don't want him to do that because it's a big time sink. Amen. So his eyes right now are not lit up. Even though he's watching me with the barrel, his eyes aren't lit up, which tells me he's not ready to eat it. So I just dropped it and picked it up again to regain his attention. Do you really want me to throw this, my guy? Alright. So if you ever encounter that situation where Trico, his eyes aren't yellow, but you have a barrel, just drop it and pick it up again. That should kind of reset his AI. We got a little ways again before we get another barrel. Have to finish this U-wall section and start heading toward this cage where Trico's gonna eat us. There will actually be a couple kind of in that area. As Trico, if you hold L1, you can see where Trico is among this mass of trees. Once you see him get down, 1, 2, both sets of feet have ended up on the floor. You can reset the checkpoint. That stops him from wandering around and getting super distracted by, like, the white tower and everything that's over here. So you can go a little bit faster. We don't have commands yet, so we can't get Trico to actively jump over this. But if you just jam your face into it, get him as close as possible, and then hop up onto him and go kind of onto his head, it encourages him to look up because his head moves in response to where you are. So if you go up onto his head like this, he'll step forward and realize that this is where he's supposed to go. Might take him a second. Trico actually did a really good job here specifically for me. Plus it's useful to be on his head anyway. You'll see in just a second if I shimmy myself over here. Boop, I can just drop onto my feet. And you don't have to worry about getting all of these things right. It doesn't matter. I'm just doing the speed run. It's fine. You're still gonna have plenty of time without doing these tricks if you want to get Lightning Emissary during this run. So here's a barrel. It's right next to, once you look at the cage, it will be on your right in this little alcove. Trico's gonna be upset outside because he has stepped on a scripted trigger that causes him to shout at this cage. So you see, here's the cage. Here's the little entry where the barrel was. It's really hard for him to eat this barrel down here on the floor. So I know it seems time consuming, but we're gonna take it up here to the top because Trico goes up these stairs very slowly anyway. So it's not like he's just waiting behind us. You see, he's not really even here. And calling him that entire time helps to calm him down from the whole cage thing that he was shouting about. So that he will just be following you throughout that. Because aside from the very first time that you fight armors, you never have to pet Trico in order to calm him down. You can just call him. So you didn't have to go wait by that eye and be petting him in order to get him to stop. Through this hallway, we're going to have another barrel once we get out of this hanging section. I already don't remember what number barrel that is. I'm sorry. It'll be in the timestamps. I will add it later. There's a reset there if you want to just open that grate immediately. Or, you know, I need time to go get this barrel anyway, so... Barrel at the end of the hallway, opposite where Trico is facing. Hi, buddy. Bring it as close to Trico as you can. You see he's not paying attention to it anymore, so I'm going to drop it and pick it up. But bring it as close as you can, because once he gets down into this hallway behind me, where the barrel was, it's so hard to get him to eat it. And if you find that he just really won't, don't forget that you can just walk past him with it and try to do it from the other side. Once you dangle on the edge of this cage, go ahead and reset. That'll pull Trico right behind you. Now, we know Trico's gonna eat us, right? So, stand on these stairs until Trico's kind of almost ready to jump in. There, big roar, stepping forward. Now come over to, you can see these two rocks. Stand in between them. And again, you don't have to do this, it's just, this is how you go a little bit faster. If you want to. Standing between these rocks puts us directly in front of Trico's muzzle, his beak muzzle, so that he doesn't have to hop around in order to catch us. Which makes this as fast as possible. Cutscene. Skip it. Now we got a ways to go until we got another barrel. So I have timestamps down in the description of where the next barrel is. If you're playing along with me and you want to get Lightning Emissary, let's just hang out for a while. Yeah? Don't forget to mash. Some people leave their controllers at that point to go like take a break, and then they come back and they're like, oh, nothing's happened. I admit that I've done that before during speedruns. I was like, oh, just let me go get a drink real quick. And then I came back and none of this cutscene was happening. Alright, we've lost the mirror. Yay! Now we don't have to worry about yet another thing being on the circle button. Hop down onto Trico's tail, of course. My momentum got absolutely killed on his leg there. There we go. You can do it from Trico's butt. Just climb down, starting from his butt. And then into this hallway. If you get snagged in this hallway, which is kind of common, like the boy just kind of stops moving for a second, just jiggle your joystick right and left a little bit while still pushing forward. That should get him unstuck. Like he's gonna get stuck for just a second. Right here. Cool, cool. Thank you, narrator. If you don't remember the way, we're turning left, not straight. We're just making a big loop, basically. Another U shape. And then left once again. If you're looking for other trophies, I don't know at what stage of your trophy hunt you are when you're looking at this. If you're looking for other trophies, you can technically get off my back here, which is the one where you cling to a suit of armor for 30 seconds. I'll see if I can show you. Trico doesn't usually let you do it, but I really have nothing else to do since Trico needs to take care of this fight anyway. Yezzywig, let's go! So usually there's at least one suit of armor that's kind of back in that room still. And technically, if Trico lets you, you can grab him like this. Trico did amazing at that fight. Oh, that was ridiculous. But you can see here. If you're trying to do this, just be pretty aggressive. Back, right, left. If you see the armor stagger like that, like multiple times in the same direction, in that case it was backwards, stop for just a second until he regains his footing, or else you're just gonna pull him over onto the ground. But yeah, this is a fine place to get off my back if you want to. Obviously we have fulfilled the requirements here, so I'm just gonna let Trico finish this fight. Let me hop down. This armor is not gonna go after me, ever. It's just gonna go after Trico. So there's no sense in trying to get, like, last minute reprieve or any of the other armor trophies with this. He's never gonna pick you up. Thanks, Trico! Good job! So you can solve this puzzle however you like. Remember that this is the specific spot where you do need to pet Trico to calm him down. I've done something called helmet skip, which is moving a helmet into the back of this room in order to get Trico in here. And then I'm gonna not stick his head through the hole. But it really doesn't hurt to just, you know, calm Trico by petting him down. or calm down Trico by petting him, and then lure him into this room and into the hole. Either way, just do whatever you feel most comfortable with. In the end, doing something that's familiar to you is going to be faster than trying to do something specifically because it's fast, right? But yeah, it doesn't matter that Trico isn't calm behind us. Either way, no matter how you did it, once the boy starts to climb over this wooden beam at the top like this, you can reset the checkpoint. It doesn't really move where the boy is. You can see it didn't really seem to matter, but it calmed Trico down, number one. And number two, it got him out of that room, and potentially, depending on how you solve that puzzle, it got his head unstuck from that hole. So now he's just ready to back up and come help us up here. I suppose I should mention, if you did need Get Off My Back and you tried to do it there and were not successful, it doesn't really work if you try to reset the checkpoint. The armor isn't really back in the room anymore, so don't worry about it. I have a completely separate guide for the armor-related trophies, and I can show you a couple more locations where you can get off my back. It's not a big deal. Trico always does the same thing in this section, which is why I know where to stand. He's gonna come right over to me. But again, doesn't super matter as long as you catch up with him at some point while he's wandering around. He's gonna look up at the White Tower and scream. And then he's gonna turn, go over to these pillars, and jump over. Still no barrels. Don't worry. I know it's been a hot second, but you haven't missed anything. Up and over, my guy. Obviously, you can just ride him down. It's fine. Alright, move this into the center. That's the hole that you want it to be in front of. I actually missed. It's been a minute since that happened. Cool, so get on the vines. Trico will stay in there until you close the pot, so once he moves over to the middle, there's really no rush. It's not like he's gonna change his mind again. Square is the shove button, in case for some reason it's not showing you that tooltip. I remember the first time that I played, it didn't show me that, and I had no idea what I was supposed to do. Once you close the pot and run to the top of these stairs, you can go ahead and reset the checkpoint. That's going to get Trico's head unstuck from those holes, and he'll just be right here. You have to run most of the way out here in order to trick Trico into thinking you're leaving him. So if he's not jumping up for you, it's probably because you're not far enough away. We're almost there to the next set of barrels, kind of. It doesn't super matter where you are on Trico here, as long as you eventually end up on his back. Where I am is really not great for exactly the reason that you saw, which was I kind of got clipped on a part of the wall, which can shear you off. So you want to get to his back as soon as possible, basically. If he does happen to knock you off, you might as well just reset the checkpoint. It takes less time to do that than it does to try to get him to come back and get you. Especially if you have to walk off a broken leg. There's only a little bit we can do to make this part faster, because he's always got this script. Going over here helps him to turn and look at you, which kind of facilitates him going into this water, but it's really not that big of a deal. We're going to be up there later. That's exciting. Actually, in both of those places. One of them has the eye hanging off of it, and the other one is the White Tower Bridge. So once he starts, like, growling, sort of screaming up here, you know that she is here. Kick your camera up, take a look at her. Just to let Trico know that you do, in fact, see what's going on. That'll help break him out of this funk a little bit faster. Keep calling him. Hey, there's demo area. We're gonna be... That's where Trico catches you for the first time. Very exciting. Come on, Trico. We got some barrels coming up. Alert! If you've kind of zoned out for a second. I can't talk today. If you kind of zoned out for a second, it's barrel time. Wait, Trico. The intended way to solve this is to wait for Trico to hop up to the top and then climb his tail. I'm gonna not do that because it's faster. But it's not a big deal. Just take his tail. So here's one barrel. They're in the same spot on either side. It's really, really important that you make sure that Trico's paying attention and ready when you throw these. Like, stand still, give him a second. Because obviously if he drops them, he's going to drop them down into this abyss, and you're not going to get them back. If that happens to you, just reset the checkpoint and try again. But better to just be careful in the first place. Down here to the blue ledge, there's no need to wait for Trico to follow you because, again, we could just teleport him to us using a checkpoint reset. Wobble on the edge here. Boop. Reset the checkpoint. Sadly, we can't do a cool little fight skip here because there is a barrel down here in a corner. So instead, you might as well, if you still need it, grind for some of the other trophies. So like last minute reprieve where Trico saves you. Bam, that one would have counted, so you've made a little progress. Man, Trico is decimating these fights today. So proud. Thanks, buddy. Man, we would be getting that last minute reprieve trophy real quick. Trico's still upset. Just keep calling him. He'll calm down. Let's wait for him to straighten out a little bit, and then he can decide whether he wants us to throw it or he'll just take it. Throw it, huh? Okay. Cool, cool. Now, Trico, because he'll usually be standing over here, right? If you didn't take the barrel to him somewhere else, we'll be standing next to one of these pillars. which you can just jump on. You don't need to do the whole, like, rigmarole of trying to get Trico to line up with this ledge so you can jump off of his head up onto there. These pillars will get you there just the same. And that's how we would have skipped the fight in the first place. Like, if we didn't need to give that barrel, we would have just climbed Trico during the fight and then climbed those. If you want to do what I'm about to do, jump over here to the left. Don't jump into the middle with this water. Make sure you're running quickly. Zoom past this guy, hold circle, grab the ladder, immediately triangle. And that's how you skip this fight. If you get caught, it's no big deal. Wait for Trico. He'll come to help you. This is the pressure plate that's going to get Trico's tail caught. Instead of waiting for Trico, rub your nose against this opposite wall. The lever is right here, so you know where you are. And then reset the checkpoint. That will automatically teleport Trico so that he's already triggered that pressure plate. His tail is currently stuck. Good luck with these armors. I know it can be a real shindig down in here, so good luck. You want Trico to finish this fight with these armors that are chasing me while he's still in the corridor that he's in. In order to facilitate that, remember that the armors are going after you, not Trico. So you can control where the armors go by controlling where you go. Stand kind of here, and the armors won't really go past this point, which lets Trico fight them back in here a little bit. Eventually he'll start moving forward as they back up in order to throw spears. But ideally this keeps them in this hallway a little bit. The reason we don't want him to go down the other hallway is that if he hasn't killed these armors yet, his AI gets like super wonky. Nice job, my man. And he'll try to do like his scripted thing down this hallway, but he'll also be trying to finish that fight, which just leads to him walking just excruciatingly slowly down this hallway and then all the way back. It's very slow. Trico. He's distracted by a helmet back here. Hi! And now he'll run. Get him, buddy. Schmick. Nice. So you can calm him down by calling him while you head to the right past the armor door and down all these stairs to get a barrel. This is one of the easiest ones to miss. So barrel alert if you're not actively paying attention. I'm still calling Trico because I'm calming him down and I'm making sure he's kind of over by me, but... There's Demo Bridge again. That's the part that's going to break so that Trico catches you. We call it Demo Bridge because it's where the first demo for The Last Guardian featured. Sup, man? He doesn't usually recognize that you have a barrel at this point, so you almost always have to drop it and then pick it up again. So we're going to go get commands for Trico. Which is through this door. Trico is going to push it up and then he's going to get stuck in here. We can't do command skip if you're in it for the speed running because we need the barrels in this room. So we're going to stand and wait, not immediately next to this, but kind of just a little ways away. Because we want Trico to step on this. The way you're supposed to do it is to just kind of run around in here aimlessly and be like, what am I supposed to do? Until eventually Trico, there we go. Until eventually the narrator is like, oh, I can tell Trico what to do actually. But instead, by kind of just moving around a little bit and getting Trico to step on that box, don't bat at me, mister. Excuse me, stop. Getting him to step on that box, we can start to work on the barrels sooner. He'll usually take most of these out of your hand. Okay. You want me to throw it? Alright. There are 4. So make sure that you find them all. You missed. Dude, you missed. You had one job. So see, here's the narrator now giving us permission to use commands, but we've already basically given him all the barrels. If you can't get Trico to step on the box, that's fine. I mean, keep trying until the narrator says... And then you can get Trico to... If you use R1 square, that's like the attack button. And you can get Trico to break the box that way. Let's get out of here. We're gonna triangle command Trico, that's jump, to get up onto this pillar. And now there's another barrel that's easy to forget about. Once we open this door. You don't need to wait for Trico to get like all the way down from this pillar. Just jump yourself onto the ground and watch this door. As soon as the door touches the top, like that, and you're sure it's done moving, you can reset the checkpoint. And Trico will already be out. From there, just point across to this barrel, and Trico should start to work on it. So it's across the way from the lever to the left of the entrance of the room where you got commands if you're having a hard time finding it. You do need to tell Trico to get down. Well, I guess that's not necessarily true. Sometimes he's good about catching this. He's not usually. I'll show you. Hey buddy, you gonna catch this for real? Nice, my man. Way to not prove my point. Alright, get down. That's R1X to tell him to get down. Most of the time you do have to tell him to get down because he refuses to grab that barrel out of the air. But I guess it's not... You might as well try, right? He seemed very receptive to that concept this time, so... I'll get this spear, buddy, while you think about how to get across here. I gave him the point command to go across. Of course, he's jumping on the pillar because he's being a little goober. You can see there's a barrel up to the right there. So as soon as Trico gets over here, face directly right on his back, triangle command. It's always hard to get him to catch this one as well. If you drop it, like if Trico doesn't catch it, or... Nice job, dude. Or you accidentally knock it off the ledge here by trying to pick it up, just reset the checkpoint, it'll be fine. Otherwise, if it falls to the ground, just hop back down to Trico and help him eat it from there. And then whenever you're done, it'll just be another R1 triangle command to get him to hop back up. into the 2 rooms with the turtle guards. You don't need to climb down, just bonk on the floor. And then reset the checkpoint. That also kind of makes these armors more convenient to get around. Keep calling Trico throughout this entire pulling process. That'll help him to come in as fast as possible. Good job, dude. Nice fight. Hey, it didn't count? Alright. We'll do it again. Don't think I won't. Just got a little too greedy with the checkpoint reset. Can't fault me for being a speedrunner, right? So just get this fight done in whatever way makes sense to you. Hey, thanks. Guess I won't reset this time. There. I could hear the music being done, so it's over. The only reason we reset there is because it calms Trico down. You can calm Trico down by calling him, by petting him, whatever you like to do. I gave him the forward command to go toward the end of this hallway. And then once he gets to the end, it's one of the only times that we give him 2 commands. Usually that confuses him. We'll give him the jump command, which is triangle, and then jump command again. Next room is very similar, except there are 6 instead of 2. We've got quite a ways until there's a barrel, so if you want to skip ahead, again, timestamps down in the description. Otherwise, if you're here for Lightning Emissary, still, let's do this, huh? There are a couple ways to do this room. And it's also a good opportunity to farm for, once again, last minute reprieve. You can let these guys catch you, and then have Trico save you. It's kind of true in the same way in the previous room. Both times I got caught because I wanted to stop those armors where they were standing and get Trico to save me, because that's kind of faster. It's the same as the previous room. If you just jump down and hit the floor, you can reset via checkpoint. Or you can climb down like normal. Really the only difference, besides speed, is what direction these armors are facing and how hard it is to sneak up behind them. Do whatever you're comfortable with. Alright, once these armors are out, Trico will take care of them. And like I said, you can get captured if you want Trico to save you. If the armors caught you before you get Trico in here, down here on this pillar, if you hop across, I'll let Trico take care of this fight while I'm showing you this. If you hop to this pillar at the very end of the room, there's a platform. You can run all the way back to the beginning. And then once you're back here, I doubt that it will show it now, since Trico is actively fighting them. But once you're back here, the armors will still be down there looking for you, and that gives you more opportunity to pull the lever if something happened to go wrong. Thanks, Trico. I'm calming Trico down again with a checkpoint reset. Don't reset if you're not sure that you can, which means wait until the music has resolved. That means the fight is over. Otherwise, you're going to have to do that whole fight again. Which is why probably it's just not worth it to reset at all. Just wait for the music to be done. Call Trico to calm him down, or pet him, whatever you want to do. It's better to be a little bit safer, right? If you want Lightning Emissary. Better to be a little bit safe than to make mistakes and have to do a whole thing again, so. This one, however, is useful. Push this eyeball off, and then as soon as it disappears, like that, you can reset the checkpoint. The reason that we do that is because Trico was still boosted up from where he lifted you up on his head to get you to the lever. And it's really hard to get him down and then like paying attention to you and willing to come into this room if you don't reset. It takes a long time. Trico's gonna do this whole section himself once you tell him to get up here, so don't bother him with commands. That's only gonna confuse him. Just let him go. He's a smart chicken dog, kind of. And I suppose I should point out, if you're doing Lightning Emissary, or you just want to be really careful, you can make save states, use a USB stick, or if you have PlayStation Plus, you can save to the cloud to be able to redo sections if you don't like how fast you went. If you feel like some things went wrong, you can always reload your save. I do have a video on how to do that. It should be in my playlist for all the Last Guardian guides. Alright, so I did have to give Trico a jump command to get up into this window. That's kind of when his self-navigation ends. Through this door, and then the place that you're looking to go, if you're looking towards this door in front of you, point directly left, jump command. So Trico will be fine on his own. Get down inside this room however you deem appropriate. You can do it the casual way. You can just fall down like this. We'll see if this checkpoint triggered. Sometimes it doesn't. Hey, it did. So yeah, I mean, you can just jump down toward the lever, land like over by where I'm standing, break your leg, and then reset the checkpoint if you want. Child, could you move in some direction? Truth be told, I don't remember the way you're supposed to get down in this room. But do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Alright, we're gonna throw this down onto the floor, which is obviously what you're supposed to do. But then, once this is down there, we're gonna follow, and once we bonk on the floor, donk, reset the checkpoint, because that'll teleport both us and that bucket closer to where we need to be. And our leg's not broken anymore. Square is the hang button in case, again, it doesn't show you that tooltip. Let me in, buddy. He'll do it in just a second. Thank you. Almost crunched my ankles there, dude. Alright, we're gonna push this off. Trico always does the same thing. He can do it in fewer or more cycles, but he always does the same thing. So we're going to push this a little bit of the way. He's going to get distracted by us wanting to come see us. As soon as he gets over here, he's going to want to start bashing this thing with his face. We're just giving him repeated stop it commands. That's R1X. So he doesn't do that. When he stops and calms down, R1 circle toward that pot to get him refocused. And then you can keep pushing. It'll take him a couple pulls in order to get this high enough. Here we go. Thanks, buddy. Barrel alert, if you weren't paying attention for a little bit, because it's been a while. As soon as Trico starts to sniff this thing, and he's like all lined up with it, it can be hard to get him to come into the room. So just wait for the sniff, R1 call him a single time, and he should come in. And now we've got this barrel straight across from where Trico just came in, where we propped up the door. This barrel can cause some problems, I'll show you. Hey buddy, you ready? Cool. So he's eating the barrel. The problem is, it can kind of interrupt his ability to get up here. So, we'll see. Yeah, no. Okay. So if he puts his foot up like this is called footsies. If he puts his foot up like that, just run back into this room. We need to, like, reset his AI or he's never gonna make that jump. The fact that the barrel caused him to, like, idle there for a second is why he does that, which makes it very annoying. Once Trico is standing up again and stops doing footsie, you can use the point forward command, and now he should be, like, all sorted out. It can be very frustrating to get stuck there. If you're on his back, you won't trigger the cutscene up here. If you're on his head, you will. So we go. We grab some of these helmets. If you didn't trigger the cutscene, it'll trigger now. You can break the eyes during the scene if you want to. If you want a fun little challenge. But it doesn't really make a difference other than speed. There's nothing we can really do to make Trico go faster. During this point, he's always going to sniff these. So you just kind of have to wait. You can call him if you want, but it doesn't super make a difference. Sometimes there are two positions Trico can stand on. He's standing in the worst one right now. Sometimes Trico will be a little bit further forward, and technically you can climb his head and then get up onto those railings without him. So feel free to try that if you want to, if your Trico seems to be doing that. Mine was not, so just kind of had to stand there. The right side of this platform is the one that doesn't break. So that's the one that's safe to stand on. You don't have to, like, run backwards and stay away from this. As long as you're standing on this right side, it's fine. And you can see, now we're in demo area. That thing behind Trico's head is where the other Trico was standing earlier. And up there, kind of by the boy's head right now, is drawbridge. We'll be there in a little bit. You can see that little hitch in Trico's animation. That means that he's ready to catch you. I mean, he still might not, because he's Trico. He can miss, because that calculation is happening, like, real time in the game. So he can miss, but hopefully he won't catch you. There's that hanging eye puzzle over there. We'll be there in a little bit as well. Down there, like I said, is where Trico was taking a bath before. Alright, you don't have to push that thing all the way down. As long as you get it over the hump, it'll go by itself. See, it's still going. Make sure to push forward throughout this entire thing so that you don't miss his tail. And keep in mind that if you're looking for Lifeline, the trophy for getting caught by Trico's tail, you should not do it here. This catch doesn't always count. It rarely counts. If you want to farm it, wait for like 10 more seconds until Trico goes across. So you can farm Lifeline here. I personally don't recommend it. I have a separate video for better places where you can farm Lifeline. But if you want to, just don't do this part where you remove this vase, because that'll cause Trico... Like, that's the solution, right? So that'll cause Trico to actually solve the puzzle. But keep in mind that if you take too long here, Trico will fall. And you'll have to go back and do all of that stuff we just did again. So it's really not worth it here. Wait for some of the locations I mentioned in my guide. Alright, barrel alert once again. We're coming up on some barrels. We do need to do this fight first, but just so that you know where we are, this is going to be Pendulum Room. Personally, I would recommend wobbling on this ledge and resetting so that the armor in the back has a spear. If you just rush in there without Trico being behind you, because he just teleported behind you with that checkpoint reset, if you walk in there without Trico being behind you, the armor that was just standing here will have a sword, which means he's chasing after the boy. Which makes it much harder to get up on that ledge than if he has a spear because he's going after Trico. When you push this pendulum, you can just hold circle and the boy will automatically hop up. The first time that I played, I spent forever trying to get the boy to I was trying to throw it and then get the boy to chase it via jump. And it was just not working. You don't have to do it that way, turns out. I'm calling Trico throughout this because I'm calming him down while this fight is still happening. So you can see he's already basically calm. His eyes are barely pink. So now we've got the barrel. It's at the top of this pendulum. Kind of hard to get Trico to eat this one. He can be kind of a goober. It's also just hard to reach because it's hard to see via that backward jump. So he'll never catch it from up here. We need to toss it down no matter what. You ready, my dude? I hate throwing it to him here because it often just rolls down this platform and then into the abyss. Trico, dude, you are too close to me, my man. Back up. You just gonna take it? Cool. And we do have 2 more barrels right here. Trico will be coming through in just a second. Come on, mister. Hi. Alright, so he's always going to get angry at this eyeball. Just kind of how it works. And the boy will say, well, it's so far away. What's your deal, man? Alright, so Trico's backing up a little bit, and then he's going to turn and look at you. Turn left, and use the point, or I'm sorry, the jump command, triangle. And hopefully he should just pivot like this. Sometimes he can kind of get stuck in a cycle here. If that happens, just use R1X to clear him of all the commands you've given him, and just try again. Alright, 2 barrels. Of course he hopped down. It's tempting to throw them to him right now, but it's really not a good idea. It takes him forever to eat them. Wait until he hops up. And then he's ready for you to throw him. And then he misses. Way to prove my point, buddy. Alright, since he's already down there, I'm just going to throw both down there, and we'll deal with it like this. These barrels are such a pain. The main takeaway here is do not proceed until you're sure Trico has eaten both of these. You can't just throw him down here and then, like, continue on these cages and hope that he's just, like, eating them in the background. Because he's not. As soon as you get on those cages, he is just watching you, and he will never eat the barrels. So just hang out here, make sure he eats them, and then you can proceed. I hope that you get him to eat them while he's still boosted up like that. That's so much more convenient, but sometimes Trico just do be that way. If you're wondering what happened, Trico happened to lose interest the moment that I threw it, which is why he didn't grab it. So Trico's over there. Hi. So yeah, like if you're hoping at this point that he would still be eating barrels like in the background, he's not. And he never will. And if that's what you did, you're gonna miss those barrels. You can't go backwards. Alright, we're gonna solve this eye puzzle. Trico's watching in the background. You do not have to do it this way. The way that I am doing it, I'm skipping the puzzle. Of course, the boy's grab didn't trigger, because we love not having a grab button in this game, right? There we go. It doesn't take that much time to solve it the intended way. Just going around the back and then coming through the front, so don't worry about it. That puzzle is always so finicky for speedrunners, because genuinely it's like, what's the wind doing? If the wind is interacting with the eyeball in a weird way, it'll be kind of tilted such that you can't do that. Alright, Trico is going to be waiting just a second to calm down from that eyeball. Oh, that was a really satisfying one. That thing went really far. You can climb down a little bit and then jump onto him to avoid this slow motion thing. But honestly, it's super annoying to do that. The boy just gets wrapped all up in those chains. It's frustrating, so I'll take the 1.3 seconds time loss to do that slow-mo. And I pointed this out earlier. Down there was where Trico was taking a bath, and this is where we shoved the eye off the bridge. Drawbridge is above us, you can see right there. We'll be there in a second. But we've got, like, quite a ways to go until the next barrel, so if you want to skip ahead. This is a good spot to farm Lifeline, if you would like. You can see Trico's tail is going to come out there to try to help us. You can use that as an opportunity to farm for getting caught by his tail. Stand in the edge of this grass, tap yourself down, and go along the edge here. You're going to skip a little cutscene because we're shimmying around the trigger. And again, if you happen to accidentally walk over it, because it's not clear where it is, no big deal. Just hang out, watch the scene. It's going to be the boy being like, "Don't worry, Trico, I'll think of something." If these guys catch you, just make sure that when you're wriggling free, they're not holding you over the edge of the chasm, or else they'll just drop you and you'll die. Certainly had that happen before. And also try not to touch these guys in the hallway. They don't really pay attention to you unless you touch them, but if you do touch them, they'll follow you into here and make it harder to get out when you're done pulling this lever. You can see that guy from the first room was just now walking into this room. Spooky. He's coming up the stairs. I'm not gonna look for him. You can go behind this guy, you can dodge in front of that guy. Whatever you want to do. The correct path for the drawbridge, let me look behind, is basically up the right-hand side. If you need... I think one of those breaks. I don't quite remember, but... just go slow. This is drawbridge skip. Just go ahead and trigger the cutscene by jumping across. I'm just doing this for the sake of, like, let's not be here for a while, right? I promise if you're doing Lightning Emissary, as long as you're going at a decent pace, you'll be fine. Drawbridge skip saves like 25 seconds, it's okay. So Trico's gonna come up behind us and sit down and be like, "I'm hungry." So, barrel alert, here's our next barrel. This one's mandatory, so you can't miss it. But I will teach you how to do barrel skip. So even if you're not here for the speedrun, let's do a speedrun trick. Instead of throwing this barrel back and forth along all these platforms and like rushing over to get it, just walk up into this corner, step up here and jam yourself against that brick. That square. Kind of along the left-hand side. And the boy should eventually find that little polygon that he can hook his foot up onto. And out you go. If it doesn't seem to be working for you, it can be helpful to take a couple steps back, go down the slope a little bit, and then try again. And of course, if you really can't get it to work, that's fine. Just go ahead and solve the puzzle the intended way. It's helpful to drop that barrel in front of Trico instead of throwing it. Because it stays closer to him when you drop it, which makes it easier for him to eat. And the faster he eats it, the faster we can proceed. Oh, hi, buddy. We got in here really quick, apparently. He was still celebrating his snack. Don't forget, for this upcoming room in the dark, there are a couple holes in the floor. Don't fall down. If you do, you're just going to be in the barrel room again. Just head back up to the top and try again. Alright, back in this far right corner, this is kind of the best way to get Trico to do this jump. And then walk towards him, turn and face the wall, and hit the jump command. Sometimes Trico does great. Sometimes he jumps in place. You'll just have to see. This is really hard for him because there's so little space. Boy, he's just not letting me climb him. Once Trico's up at the top, you can reset the checkpoint. Make sure all of his feet have touched down, and then you're good to go. So yeah, it's going to be a while for barrels again. It's actually going to be quite a while, so timestamp in the description. Lightning Emissary people, I'm sure you're doing a great job. I'm at about a 126. If you have been following along and, you know, you didn't do drawbridge skip, you didn't do some of these other things, or they didn't quite go the way that you wanted, you're probably at like a 140, which is still well within the bounds of getting Lightning Emissary. Trico can sometimes skip that cutscene, and it's very nice, but usually he's just kind of a booger and doesn't. He's got so many spirits in him. I'm sorry, buddy. So the intended way to do this is to wait until Trico spins, looks at the eye, and then you climb down his tail in order to get on this rope. You can do that if you like, or if you want to be brave and risk dying, you can just jump straight down from his head. You can see we were just over there. Those are those cages we were climbing. If you do happen to die doing this, you'll end up back over at this bridge, usually. Sometimes the intervening checkpoint triggers, and that's very nice, but... So it's up to you whether you want to attempt that. Remember that if you're going for Lightning Emissary, your deaths do count, so going backwards is not super ideal. You can choose whether to risk it for the biscuit. At the top of these vines up top is another trick you can try if you want. And this one I would encourage you to try just because, you know, let's have some fun with it. It really doesn't impact you negatively if it fails, so you might as well try, right? So you've seen before that when the boy is trying to walk slowly, usually because he's on some kind of ledge or something, if you tap X to make him drop down, he'll go faster. He'll stand up and like run for a second. So we're going to use that to our advantage. Line yourself up with this rope like so, and then tap down and run, and tap down and run, and make sure that you're tapping down pretty frequently because the boy's run animation is not that long, but as long as you keep cycling it like this, you can run across the rope. If you fail the timing or you slide off the edge or whatever, you're just going to do the same thing that you would have done anyway, which is walk across the rope with your arms out. So it's really no big deal if you try it and fail. Trico, please. Trico, please. Thank you. He was really slow there. Usually, Trico will, if you do rope run and the cycling is like appropriate, Trico will be down there in order to do that trick, which is called the panda plunge or the panda plummet, because it was found by Sancho Panda. Otherwise, if Trico doesn't let you do that, or you don't want to risk it, or whatever, that platform you can see is now like diagonal ways. All you have to do is once you drop the eyeball, just stand there, and the boy will start to slide backwards until he can grab something. Once he grabs something, you can kind of make your way down the chains, and then Trico will come across and meet you, and you just hop down to him. I'm on Trico's head because that makes it easy to just jump off and do this next section without him, but it only takes him a second to climb up, so just get off of him however you can. Not much we can do to make this faster, sadly. Just gotta do it. Hi, Trico. I like to use L1 to look at Trico and call him at the same time. That lets me know when he's exactly in position. Alright, give him just a second, longer than you think you need to get into place. It's easy for him to miss you here. And then the entire time that you're dropping, push forward to make sure that he has as easy a time as possible of tracking you and catching you. Keep pushing forward throughout this whole thing, even if you're not falling, because you're about to be falling. And that'll get you as high on his tail as possible. Once you get up here, as long as the boy touches that platform, you're good to reset. And we reset because that gets Trico turned around and ready to do this jump. I just gave him the jump command, which again is triangle. And then once he's getting on his way, you don't have to do anything else. Trico will take care of the entire rest of this section on his own. The only thing you have to be concerned about is getting sheared off on one of these walls. I am gonna take the spears out because I want to, but it also puts me kind of close to the wall, dangerously close. He'll turn around in a second, so I'll get that other one. Around and around we go. At least we don't have to worry about, you know, Trico messing up these commands and stuff. He's doing a good job here. It can be very frustrating in a speedrun, obviously. Sometimes he does this poorly, sometimes he does it well. He's doing alright. Kind of average. Spinny, spinny, my dude. I got some spears to get. He's got so many spears. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna be able to get them all. Schmick, and down we go. So we fell back down. The narrator always says, like, oh, we're here again. And I never realized the first couple times I played it where here was. But this is the room where we put the pot on the chain so that Trico could lift the door up for us, and then we wedged the thing underneath. Give Trico a couple calls. Make sure he stands up. You want to be looking at him also. I say a couple calls as I'm just spamming the call button. Alright, once he's up here, he has two phases. The first is call focused, right? Just give him a couple calls every now and then. He's gonna cycle through trying to figure out how to help you. One more time. Alright, there's phase one. He's gonna try to come over and fail. Phase two is the jump phase. Once he gets back over here, start giving the jump command, which is R1 triangle. And there he goes. Give him a second, he'll get up there, and then he'll pop his tail down. Once you see the tail, you can reach left. And he should automatically get it on the second swing here. One. That's like the first time in history he hasn't done that for me. Wow. Well, hey, great example of what to do if that doesn't happen to you. Genuinely, I'm pretty sure that's the third time ever that he hasn't just automatically gotten me on the second swing. But yeah, sure. Trico being Trico. Get up onto the middle of his back to trigger him going down. If you would like to be tricksy, you can jump down to these vines. It's very scary. You can definitely die. It's super annoying to have to do this entire section again. Or you can just wait for him to jump down one more time. And then you'll just be down here. Barrel alert if you haven't been paying attention. This one's mandatory also. So you're supposed to, again, throw these across all these platforms. Just come through here. See this pillar? Just walk up this pillar. Hook it left. And wiggle your way up here. If it doesn't happen basically immediately, just go back down the pillar and try to hook yourself again. And you'll be up here. That's barrel skip number 2. And again, as before, if you can't seem to get it to work, it's alright to solve the puzzle as intended. Just keep that thing rolling down those platforms, rush over, grab it, and off you go. I threw that down the way I did so that Trico would have the highest chance of me not having to readjust that barrel. But if it doesn't land somewhere Trico can eat it, just fetch it and put it behind the big rock that's down there. This rock that's by the boy's head. Right there. Trico made that basically impossible for me to show. He'll do all this himself, so don't bother to interrupt him. One more. Okay. Up here we go. You can see this is the platform he's supposed to go on. Face towards it. Jump command. Pause. Jump command. Hopefully that'll get him going. And he's looking at me because he didn't understand. Good job, buddy. One more jump command. Let's get up there. No. Alright. He's going to be a goob about it, so I'm going to reset him with X. And then give him that jump again. Now he's got it. This is what makes Last Guardian speedrunning so fun. At least to me. You can know everything that you're supposed to do, and sometimes it just doesn't work. You know, Trico's different every time, so you're never running the same thing twice. So there's these shield guys over there. This is the first time we encounter them. You can do this jump if you want. Aim for the little corner there. Once we get up there, there's going to be 2 barrels. And it's also a great opportunity for poop. So if you're looking for Call of Nature, always nice to hang around this place for a while. And I have a separate guide about that as well. So for this fight in particular, don't forget that Trico will come across as long as both armors have had their shields knocked down. It doesn't matter if one of them picks it back up, he will still come over. So priority number 1 should be getting both of these guys to drop their shields. After that, you can do what I did and knock that guy out of the window if you want. The timing is pretty tight. But you don't have to worry about like, oh no, one of these guys grabbed it, I have to take care of it. You know, even if I'm in danger. Like, Trico's still gonna come over, it's fine. Excuse me, buddy. I'm trying to stand in front of Trico so that he doesn't have to turn around. But these armors don't especially want to follow me right now, so... You could start trying to get this barrel if there weren't an invisible wall here, you can see. So you have to wait until after the fight's over. Preemptively, you can go grab a helmet, start moving it in this direction, because you're going to need to do that in a second. I can still hear the fight music is going on. So I'm just kind of leaving Trico to his own devices. I know that he's bonked somebody up there and now can't reach them because they're in the corner. There we go. Hey, buddy. Alright, now that he's calm, we can go in here and get this barrel. If you're looking for poops, just hang out here for a second. Give him a little time. Otherwise, we can head back out. It's hard for him to eat this barrel up on this platform. So push it on out, and then throw it down the stairs. Buddy, I don't want you to eat it here either, because of that. Just come into this hallway. Spin around, my dude. He needs to come down this hallway anyway. He's being real goober about this one. Alright. We can see he's not really going to eat it here. So let's pull him a little further. Straighten him out. Hi. Thank you. Now we've already got this helmet here. We brought it here before. You can go all the way to the end of the hallway, walk along this outside edge, or you're going to wake up the other armors. You can go straight to the end here, and it's worth starting that way, but odds are you're going to be doing the fights with all 3 of these armors, because Trico's going to keep attacking them, and the armor head is going to keep flying and activating these other ones, so... See? I'm choosing to get caught right in front of Trico's face so that he has incentive to fight quickly. And so that he doesn't have to move that much. Hey, alright Trico, can we escape with only 2 fights? So I'm calming him down. No need to pet him. But we want him to stop flinging this helmet around so he doesn't trigger this other fight. And behind this 3rd suit of armor is another barrel. There we go. Hey, I know you're still upset. Jump command into that window. Sometimes it takes a second one. We'll see what he does. And then we've got a while till our next barrel. So people who are just here for the barrel trophy, see you in a bit. The other Trico is up here. That's what he's being so upset about. He'll do these jumps on his own, so no need to give him commands. I know this gate has spikes on the bottom, but as soon as he starts walking through, you can drop it. Just pretend that it didn't land directly on his head. We'll actually be over there in a second. On the other side of that gate is where we have to put the barrel on top of a box. Once Trico sits down and refuses to move. It's always fun to see how these places connect. Once this thing is up on this flat surface, you can stop pushing it. Alright, let's switch the tracks. Don't worry about what Trico's doing right now. He's not gonna, like, ruin the jug. So you don't super need to rush. Now, how fast you go in this next puzzle is mostly not up to you. So don't stress. If it goes poorly, it's not necessarily your fault. I hope that it goes poorly for me so that I can show you what to do. But we'll see. We've certainly had some things get a little trolly, so maybe we can keep that going. Step number 1. Let's go get this barrel. Box. It's a box. I've said barrel so many times in this run. Alright, pushing is the easiest way to get this off of the platform, but once it's off, pulling is better. Of course, we've got all this debris in front of us. We want to try to pull without debris as much as possible, but there's only so much you can do. There we go. Freed ourselves of that piece. We're going over to this corner, which, if you were looking out into the water from the box, is the top right corner. And we're gonna hang it out right about here. Get up on it. Use L1 to look at Trico, and then just keep calling him. He'll keep stepping on the floor, and eventually the game will give him credit for standing in the right spot. Eventually, someday. He just did it. He just did it correctly, but needs to be a specific foot, so. There we go. And if it seems like Trico is just triggering the same couple planks every time and you can't get him to move, it's okay to reset the checkpoint. You'll just start right before you push the box. So now we come over to where the box was, turn toward Trico and look at him up through this hole, and keep calling him again. As soon as we can see his head in there, oh, we were very lucky. His tail actually came down while we were still looking, which is very lucky. Normally, you want to look at Trico up through here, and then as soon as you can see his face, like his snoot there, which we can, jump into the water and just look down. Don't look for his tail, because this will cause some of the scaffolding above you to despawn, which makes it easier for his tail to fall down. Now, once you get up on this box, you see his tail here. Jump up onto it. It's so hard to do. Depth perception with it is kind of tough. There we go. Now, hold on just a second. Let me demonstrate here. You want to be here on his tail. You want to be on the right-hand side if you're facing the back wall. Because when Trico pulls his tail up, it's going to rotate to the left. And there's something on the right-hand side and the left-hand side when you go up that can shear you off of his tail and knock you back down into this puzzle. So, stay on his right-hand side and climb up and you'll see... Whoop! There. See, I rotate to the left. And so we're out of here safely. As soon as you touch up here, you can reset the checkpoint. If you do happen to get pushed off of Trico's tail and you fall back down into the puzzle, he won't stick his tail back down there again. So just, you can reset at that point and try again. If you're lucky, it'll count as the boy having touched this top platform and you'll get the checkpoint that we just did. But usually, that's not what happens. So this is another mandatory barrel. You can't miss it. As before, you need to pull the boxes rather than push if you want to go fast. You can see across there, across the way, I said we were going to be here in a second. That was the spiky gate that we just put down on Trico's head. Alright, we pull that box. You can set the barrel up on the box using square, or if you've got this barrel, or if you've got this box right in the corner, you can often just walk up onto it like that. Otherwise, like I said, place the barrel using X. You don't have to throw it and just get lucky that it lands on top. Excuse me. Oh, no, 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 Trico. So what happened there was Trico's, his AI sat down. Hi, would you like to consume your sustenance? His AI sat down, but the narrator didn't trigger the trigger that tells Trico to proceed by saying that. So Trico had to pop back up and then sit down again. So I'm pointing toward this window. And then just give Trico a second, he'll sort it out. Next barrel isn't too awful far away. If you want to hang around, it's going to be at the Coliseum. If you're looking for the collared trophy for getting Trico to stick all his head through all the doors, or gaps or whatever, don't forget the 6 that are in this room. They're easy to miss. Because you're like just not paying attention, you know? If you're looking for get off my back, this is another pretty good spot to do it. I'll show you. This is usually the one I prefer because it's basically guaranteed. Like the armor can't take you into a door and isn't going to get destroyed by Trico as long as you do this right. So you kind of have infinite chances. It can just be like really hard to get onto his back is basically the thing. This armor here at the end. Alright. He's awake, so I want to just show you here. Reset the checkpoint, run backwards. Bro, really? You're just gonna shimmy into the middle? Okay, he made that as bad as possible. I just want to see if I can show you what I'm talking about here. You done? You done, bro? Alright, so we're gonna run back over kind of toward this window. He's gonna catch you. Whatever. That's like part of the thing. Because you want him to drop you and stumble backwards. And then usually you can, okay, swing around behind him and grab him like that. I'm not going to try again because the boy was being a dummy and did like an extra fall. But, you know, if you just keep trying that, you will get onto his back, and then from there, you know, just do the same thing as any other get off my back location. I have a separate video completely dedicated to that, so I'm not going to hang around and do it here. We are here for barrels, not get off my back. Thanks, Trico, for saving me. The point command is the best to get him going this direction instead of jump. If you would like to try Coliseum glitch, you can. It doesn't really hurt anything unless you've completely missed this platform entirely. So come on, Trico. Let's show what to do. Once Trico decides that he's going to jump over to here, jump off of his head. As long as you touch the platform a little bit, you'll trigger checkpoint. I actually don't know if this triggered. It did. So, as soon as you touch the platform, like extremely quickly, whether you skim it like I did or you just face plant on it, which is normal, just as soon as you touch it, reset the checkpoint, because you only have a couple frames in which to do it. And you'll see that there's only one armor instead of 4. Or possibly 3. I think it's 4. Including the one that has the shield. He's not here. So it makes the fight easier. It kind of sucks in just a second for the sake of this barrel 36, the cursed barrel. But you're still gonna have a helmet. It's still fine. So it's just kind of a fun thing if you want to try it. If you find later that you need this helmet for the barrel and you can't find it, you can always reset the checkpoint. That was a circle command onto this gear. The only negative of doing the glitch that I just described is we're gonna have this battle music for a long time because the game is like, why haven't you killed the other 3 armors? Alright, we're gonna worry about this in a second. This is the sucky thing, the sucky barrel. So let's give the easy one first. It's just over the ledge on the opposite side of where you come in. Here, Trico. Hi, dude. Alright, so in order to do this one, we need to get a helmet up above us through the grate. This is very difficult. Hi, Trico. It's very likely that this is going to take me multiple attempts, but I'll show you where to put this. Excuse me, Trico. So that you have the best chance. And then I'm probably just going to cut to where I get it, unless I get it on the first couple tries. Okay, I have put this catapult where we want it, which is to say, here's the entrance. If we're looking at the catapult in this direction, the left wheel is a little bit off center to the left. But, you know, Trico's gonna move it. It's fine. Just get it kind of centered-ish, and then firing in this direction. Trico's gonna paw at it twice. There's one. And then the second one, bam, he's gonna shoot it. And you want to jump off before he does the bam of the second one. And then, of course, assuming that you can't find the helmet anymore, and you hope that it's up there, you're gonna follow it. And this is the much easier part, right? Because now it's just you. Yay, so we're up here. And there's our helmet. Trico actually almost accidentally turned the helmet on for us. So, as a reminder, let me actually look downward here in a way that makes sense. Okay. So, up at the top left, you can see there's where the eye was. So we are currently looking, if you're coming in the entrance from down below, we're facing the wall directly opposite the entrance, right? And the armors would have been on our left, and we're kind of toward the back. Okay, so the cart looks like this. We want it to be kind of in the center, but a little bit off to the side. And then we want it to be further toward the entrance than toward the back wall. You want to stick basically in the 2 rows of these grate lights closest to the entrance. That tends to be what works best, but honestly, this barrel sucks. So just kind of look at what's happening and adjust accordingly. Know that this part of the room, right? This part with the lever has a little bit of, in quotes, suction to it, in that if a helmet gets close, it will suck it toward the lever. And that's how this ended up so far back there. It got caught in the edge of the suction, which really just yoinked it. It's not like it actually just went that far. So, if you are shooting, now it's going to be like toward the right? You can see that you're shooting kind of towards this lever. You can't see that from below, but you can see it here. You're shooting towards this lever because you want it to get sucked like that. If you see down below that you're shooting a helmet and it gets sucked, but it doesn't make it up here, it just gets sucked like into the wall, you're close. So just adjust yourself a little bit and you'll be all right. So yeah, you want your catapult facing so that it shoots parallel to where the armors are toward the back wall so that you're shooting toward this lever. That's what's happening. I hope that that helps. I'm sorry that that barrel sucks so much. So now, we are going to open some doors. The only door that you don't need to open is this one. The one with all the extra grating in the back there. But we want to open these 2. This is the one Trico, we can call Trico now and get him up here. I know, the fight music is still happening. We'll fix it in a second. And again, that's happening because I did that glitch. It might not be happening to you if you didn't do the glitch. Come on up, Treeks. So once Trico's up here, the armor is going to be off to your left. He really almost turned this on. So we'll lead this armor back to Trico. Thank you, Trico, for saving me. Okay, bye. Alright, that armor's done for. Trico, calm down, buddy. And here we go. We've got this barrel. Finally. Agonizingly, we've gotten it. I hope that that went well for you and it didn't take you too many tries. Hey, dude. No, I know. I need you to get out of the way. So he very rarely eats it in this hallway. But you have to be careful that as you leave this hallway, he doesn't like kick you or tap you and make you drop it down through the grate. You can go back down there. It's not like it's prohibited, but it's time consuming, right? So we'll get Trico. This is the hallway we're about to leave. You can tell because it has this railing at the end. Get him in here and he'll be a little bit more likely to be willing to eat this. And there we go. We've done it! We are free of this place. Farewell, Coliseum. He'll be here in a second, and then we'll be done with the music. So congratulations, you've done arguably the hardest barrel in the run. There are a couple more that I find sort of challenging, but really, honestly, none of them are like that, so... all smooth sailing from here. Okay. Once Trico is up here, we'll walk a little bit forward into this room. We can go back. We can see that this barrel is going to be here. If only do this if you have the fight music. You can reset the checkpoint. And then we'll just be in this water room. So you don't have to listen to the fight music anymore. If you don't have the fight music because you didn't do the glitch, just go back and get this barrel and you can just proceed. We just did that to get rid of the annoying music. Alright, buddy. So we gotta jump up here. Usually 2 jump commands is the best option. That seems to be what he understands the best. So this water puzzle is easy. We just head down here, hit the lever, and then Trico will go. The next room has a barrel, however, and that barrel can be time-consuming if it doesn't go well. And the reason is because, as I described before, Trico has a hard time eating barrels in water, but the problem is that he needs to be standing in order to eat a barrel. So in the next room, he has nowhere in the water that he can stand in order to eat it. But there's also nowhere where you can grab it and pull it up onto land, which means if you happen to throw it in the water like he says he's ready but then he misses, you just can't give him the barrel anymore. You just have to reset. So we're gonna make double, triple sure that Trico is ready in order to catch these barrels. And by these, I mean this one. There's one barrel. Sorry. We're not gonna solve the rest of the puzzle in this room because we don't want to have to do all that again if Trico misses. This is... remember, we want to try to be going a little bit fast if we're trying to do Lightning Emissary. If we're not, we don't have to worry about it as much. Trico's basically always going to get up on this island first. That's what he's supposed to do in this room. And that's why some people solve the puzzle first, because he's, you know, he's telling you that's what he wants to do. This chicken dog, I tell you what. Hey, buddy. How's it going, my dude? Get over here. It can be very annoying to get him close enough where you can actually land on these vines. This whole thing is an ordeal in this room. Alright, cool. So he's gonna stay here-ish. While we go get the barrel. But I'm still gonna keep calling him so that he doesn't just head over to that island and we have to wait for him again. So here he is. Now note whether his eyes are yellow or not. That will automatically tell you whether he's ready to catch it. I'm actually just going to drop it and pick it up again to really make sure that he's lined up correctly. And I'm going to shoot it just a little bit, just barely off to his side so that it doesn't conk him like right in the middle of his head. Alright, and he caught that just fine, so off we go. Because yeah, we don't want it to just go right between his eyes, but we also don't want to go so far off to the side that he can't reach it anymore. So just like 2 degrees off middle. Hi, dude. Hi. Jeez. So now we just need to wait for Trico to do the basic water puzzle solution here. My Trico has vanished. Gone forever. There he is. He was down underneath the water because there's actually a cool little trick you can do here. Hi! Can you do your job, please, buddy? Thank you. There's a cool little trick here that we use in the TAS, which the TAS is tool-assisted speedrun. That just shows like the fastest possible things that can happen ever, and it's all just chained together to make like the fastest run that there could ever be, right? But it's done in segments, so it's not technically like a valid run. In the task, there's a cool thing we can do, which he actually just did, which is if you can get him to touch you while you're at a certain level underwater, it will trigger him to go down toward the door that's down below you, that he's about to go down in a second. And he will like grab you on the way down. So you don't have to do this thing where you point to him and tell him what direction to go. He'll just like do it. So you dive underwater, he joins you, and you just proceed without having to do all the stuff I'm about to do. And it's very cool, but that's why he appeared from underwater for a second. He had gone down thinking that we were going to go through the door. If you can't get him to go down through the door, the simplest solution is always just to point at the lever. Stand on his back, point forward toward the lever, and off he'll go. We are going to go on a long section now that has no barrels because we're not going to be anywhere near Trico. He's going to be gone for a little while. So, again, timestamp in the description. Otherwise, if you're here for Lightning Emissary, we've got some fun things to do. Those things are called cage puzzle. Farewell, Trico. Bye. All right. Now we are on our own for a while. Waiting for this elevator to come down. Like I said, there's really not barrels for a while, so we're just doing this as fast as we can for the sake of either getting through it or Lightning Emissary. It's just movement through here. You can technically run on this the same way that you do with like the rope that we did earlier, where you know you tap down and get across, but it requires a specific way of getting onto the railing, which is very dangerous, very easy to die, so we don't super use it. Up through here, there's actually a cool glitch up ahead. I'm not going to show it off because it takes a ton of time, but I guess not a ton of time, but if you would like to try it, go around these vines and we'll go up basically like normal, and then there's a way to climb up the cliff in a way that you don't expect that can get you to this other Trico earlier than you're supposed to. So if you go over here and climb up, I'll just show you real quick, up top here and go up that way, you can get to the other Trico without waking her up. You don't hit the trigger necessarily. Depends on where you land. And then she won't wake up. And you can go up and pet her, and it's all very cute. Of course, you can't progress either because of that, but it's still fun. Fastest way to get through this is to walk slowly towards here so that she focuses on the tree. You see, she's now looked at the tree, so we can just run past her. We don't need to do the whole climbing up on the rope in the tree thing. That takes time that we don't need to spend. And now we're on the same vines that we would have gotten to had we done it that way, so really makes no difference. If you're having trouble with her not leaving you alone in these tunnels, go back to the other side and just hang out there for, you know, probably 4 or 5 seconds. That gives her enough time to start her animation of wanting to attack you, and then once she starts that, she's kind of locked into it for a little bit. So then you can hop to the other side, and she has to finish that before she can chase you, so you have a little bit longer. Doesn't really do anything for you to hop down here, even though you can technically beat her over to this other platform because you still have to wait for her anyway. So once we're up this chain, we are going to be starting Cage Puzzle. One of the hardest sections of any percent. I can imagine that if you're going for Lightning Emissary, this is probably going to be an area that you're concerned about, and that's fair. It can be really hard to get this cage to do what you want it to do. Wouldn't that have been nice if she had just thrown us up onto that cliff? Not like it would have mattered, because our position gets reset after the cutscene anyway. What you do here doesn't matter, she's just on a timer until she hears this noise. So again, this is just a timer. You can run around and call Trico. You should call Trico a little bit, just to make sure that it does trigger, but we're gonna be here for a little bit. The narrator even says, it feels like I waited for an eternity, so... I guess in preparation, basically where I'm sitting now, a little bit further to the left, is where you want to roll the center of this cage. So this band around the center, you want that to be basically right here, in this nook between where the gray stops and the green starts. The closer you can get to that, the better it's gonna be for cage puzzle here in a second. If you're like where I am or something like that, it's fine. Don't super worry about it. Just don't be over there. If you're over by this little figure 8 shape on the left, on the blocks, you're getting far enough left that it's concerning. So just aim to the right of that and you should be a little bit better off.
Atisokazi, onakich yok idiroti, awizi.
Alright, now that we're up, again, it's not super gonna matter. So yeah, like where you put yourself now, doesn't matter. You can just use it as practice for getting right there. That's basically perfect. And just keep calling. The trigger for this to proceed is calling Trico. Eventually he'll get here. There he is. Hello, Trico. So once he hops down, he's gonna turn to us and he's gonna say, bark, bark. Turns towards us. 1, 2. Once he's done with that bark, you can reset the checkpoint. That's gonna stop him from wandering around and sniffing and doing all this sorts of stuff that spends a lot of time. And then, hopefully you've practiced, get this buddy right into here. Trico's gonna ask for pets. And basically no matter where you end up putting this, you still want to be standing on the right side of the cage. Hey buddy, asking for pets, I know. Don't move my cage too much. You moved it a lot, thanks. So still, stand on the right. Point forward. And then just wait for Trico to help you, ideally. As soon as Trico starts to help you, he starts to move you and gets you kind of over this lump. Start jumping on the right side of the cage. Great, and that should help you mostly stay straight up here. You might have to do a little bit of correction, but hopefully you don't have too hard of a time with this. Cage puzzle is very hard, so if it takes, like if Trico just jams you into a corner, or it's just really bad positioning and you can't seem to get out, or you're in a place where it seems like no matter what you do, he won't actually get you over the lip of the ledge, it's okay to just reset. You're just gonna go back to where you just were, where you have to roll back toward the cliff, and Trico's kind of standing there looking at you. So it's not like you're gonna go back super far. If you just need to kind of take it fresh. Sadly, there's no way to not break your leg here. Alright, once you're down here, hang right once again. We want to go down the right-hand side if we can. Alright. Not the worst, getting worse. Hold on. Depends on what Trico does now. Where you get thrown is gonna play a big part in whether you choose to just reset. If you get thrown between this other cage and the wall, it's not worth it. Don't try to fix it. You usually can't. Hey, I clipped out of the cage. Nice. So Trico's gonna ask for barrels again. This is your next barrel. It's mandatory. Can't miss it. Grab this helmet, head down here. And I will show you how to do yet another barrel skip. All of these mandatory barrels really seem to have skips to get you out of them faster. This one's super easy. If you struggled with the other two, don't worry, I'm confident you can get this one. Alright, we're gonna toss the helmet on this guy. We want him to stay kind of close to this door, which he will because, you know, he's gonna try to attack us. Head out to the left. You see that pile of rocks out there? Just go toward the left side of it and just walk. Don't ease up, don't jiggle, just walk. And you should just step up there and goodbye, armor. Nice knowing you. Once we've got this barrel, it's over to Trico to give it to him. Again, set it, don't throw it. And he should eat it right away. Once he's eaten it, he'll stand back up so we can start getting him over to this pillar. He may or may not need assistance throughout this. I told him to go to the pillar specifically, not across. You can tell him to go across and then he'll turn around and you can give a separate command for the pillar if you want. So see, my Trico is going to go right to this pillar. If yours doesn't, don't, you know, worry about giving him another command. You can do that safely without confusing him. So see, my Trico is a little bit confused about what to do right now. Sometimes he'll take that jump on his own. And same for this one. He might do it on his own. He might require my guidance. There he goes. This one he usually won't do, so you can point right to that pillar. And then the solution for this next jump is up and to your left. It's hard to see the camera in this place, so just left and jump. Alright, got another barrel coming up. Don't sleep on this one. It's easy to miss. Once Trico steps over this big gap, you can start pointing toward the hole in the ceiling. That'll help him not focus on the ground and, you know, sniffing and everything where this other Trico was. It'll keep him moving. Use the point command, not the jump command. For some reason, jump gets him really confused, usually. Alright, once we're here, head on over to this ledge to Trico's right. If you're really lucky, he'll be pooping in the corridor behind you. Usually not, but you know. Barrel is all the way at the top of the stairs. You can carry it down, or if you would like, you can toss it down, which, depending on how it rolls, can make it go a little faster than if you had carried it yourself. Trico won't catch it from here, or at least if he will, he's a real goober about it. So, just take it down into the hallway. And that's much easier for him. And then once again, we go a decent ways without a barrel. We're getting into that part of the game where we've already actually gotten most of them. So we'll be going some fairly long sections without any barrels. Forward jump command. Hang out, people who are doing Lightning Emissary, or who just want some guidance about where to go next. And for everybody else, timestamp in the description. We're going to be going over there next. White Tower, yay! The hardest part of an 80%. Come on, Trico. Got places to be. It can be hard to get him to go up onto this ledge. The best way in general is to look at this little pillar here and point towards it straight. From there, he should hopefully take it for himself. And all these jumps he's going to take care of as well. Once he's up on these cliffs, he knows exactly what to do, so let him cook. Technically, you can jump from his head there over to this platform. Usually you die, so we're just going to do it this way. And if you need a break, coming up is going to be a good opportunity. This is usually where speedrunners take breaks. Takes like 4 minutes-ish for all of this stuff to happen. So, get up, do some stretches, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. Alright, coming around the corner. Trico's behind a gate right now, so we just need to open that for him. Hey, buddy. So now you don't need to wait for him to come through this gate. We can just leave without him. And just like the first cage that we were at, if we just wiggle on the ledge, we can do a checkpoint reset that will teleport Trico right to us. It doesn't super matter if these armors catch you, as long as they don't take you through the door, obviously. Because Trico's going to come down and save you, and automatically both of them will be destroyed. Just make sure that by the time he comes down, you're standing like directly front and center in front of this antenna. Just like the first time, we want to be right in front of his nose so that he doesn't have to hop around and everything in order to eat us. Skip the cutscene, and then once everything's set up here, the loading screen takes a long time for this one because it's like loading up all of Trico's script here. So skip the cutscene, mash through the technically death screen, and then Trico is going to do his whole script. It's being rendered in real time, so sometimes he can do it really fast, sometimes he can do it really slow. You'll just have to see. And for the purposes of a speedrun, we're talking like 4 or 5 seconds of difference, right? It's not like your Trico's gonna take 3 minutes longer or something. Almost there. Okay. Thanks, buddy. He's gonna do a little happy dance behind us, and the camera is going to desperately try to show us that. So this actually works just the same as before. You can do a checkpoint reset in exactly the same spot, same way. And then just point in the direction Trico wants to go. That should be sufficient to get him moving. And again, it's quite a while till there's a barrel, so sit back and enjoy the journey with Trico. We don't need to wait for Trico to come through this door. There isn't a checkpoint here, so don't reset, but he'll just come find us. This is a thing called mind skip. It basically never works. In fact, we thought it was impossible for a long time. But I'm standing in this hallway anyway, so I might as well. It's basically just a physics abuse. But just keep calling Trico. He'll stick his head in here eventually. Hi, buddy. Hey, Treeks. He's not technically in all the way, but it's enough to get me up here, so. Now his head is through this mine door, which means I don't really want to just wait for him to stick his head out and then come back in here, which means drop this on the ground, reset. Voila, his head will be out of the hole. So there's this gap in the fence that's going to be enough to go like perfectly around his neck. Then you can see that the door gets a little bit narrower. So as soon as Trico struggles for a second to stick his head through there, you know that it's time to run toward him. So here, he's gonna stick his head through a little bit and then just wiggle wiggle. Okay, I'm stuck. And that's when you can run towards him to trigger this little scene. Once we're in here, the right side of Trico is the side that leads to the exit. And it's hard to see in this corridor, so just get up on Trico and then hit jump. Don't try to, like, look around. The camera's just not gonna work. The space is, like, way too tight. So, Trico's underneath us. At the end of this hallway is a bunch of armors. Doesn't do any good to call Trico right now. First we need to activate the armors, which is basically these patches of grass. Backwards, you can see this area, this line right here, where it turns light colored. If you call Trico past that line, that's what will wake him up. Guys, can you not? For the sake of speediness, I'm gonna follow this armor. The one that ends up all the way out here. And I'm just gonna keep him on this edge. Because Trico can then just smack him and he'll leave. He'll just fall off the edge. Because obviously Trico tends to have kind of a problem with this fight. So any armor that we can kill is great. One less we have to worry about. One more. You can do it, dude. There we go. I think he's gotten them all finally. Come on, buddy. Turn around. Turn around. There we go. So the rest of this he'll do automatically. He's going to come out. He'll scream at the White Tower. And then he'll take these jumps on his own. So this is White Tower. The two eyeballs over there. There's multiple ways to do this. I would recommend you go around the outside of the White Tower. I will show you what I mean. Oh, okay, thanks, Trico. He happened to hold his neck over the gap. So as I fell, I did not land on the bridge. Thank you, buddy. I'll be on the jump right before the path. What a goober. You could see briefly over there the couple eyes we're going to destroy later in the Two Towers section where we go back and forth and like build that bridge. We're actually quite close to it. There. Thank you, Trico. Appreciate you, buddy. Child, can you get your act together, please? The reason that he kind of zigzagged around there was because controls are inverted during that cutscene. So you can move if you can kind of do it counterintuitively. So this is the end of the game, right? If we could just get over there. Which, I mean, technically we can, but... So for the sake of brevity, I'm doing White Tower skip, which was just that. Don't worry about it. Don't do it. You don't need it. Even if you're doing Lightning Emissary, you do not need to do this. It's very difficult. And you're going to spend way more time trying to do it than, you know, you would just going around the White Tower. So, run along the bottom here, just like you're supposed to. and then you're gonna shimmy along the edge here, and you're gonna hit those platforms and start going around the outside of the White Tower. Eventually, you're gonna come out on top, run down these stairs, and you'll be exactly where I am. And it won't take super long, so don't worry about it. Just for the sake of this video, I'm gonna go a little bit faster. So get that boy rolling, and then walk back toward these armors as far as you can. That means less distance they have to move, and it can speed it up just a little bit. I'm behind an armor. That wasn't a glitch, it just kinda... the camera for a second. It can be helpful when you land on Trico's back there to just kind of jiggle the joystick a little bit to make sure you're actually holding on. It is possible that the boy landed and didn't grab, so you can just fall off Trico and die. Alright, once you're down here, number one, as soon as you can control the boy here and the camera pans back to you, reset the checkpoint. That'll just put you in front of Trico's nose. But if you are looking for the lifeline trophy for being saved by Trico's tail, do it here if you haven't gotten it already. This to me is easily the best place to do it. Trico's back is in a straight line because he has a place to put his feet. So it's really nice. It's pretty rare that you actually miss his tail. So it's a good spot to do it. Go ahead and jump across to this gargoyle and then the next gargoyle, which will drop you down onto Trico. The gargoyle is programmed to fall, so... it will take you right down to him. I just don't want to spend the time on the gargoyles, so... so here we are. Careful on that jump. You can just walk off Trico's nose, but it's pretty common to like ping pong off the wall and fall to your death. So once you start the jump, the easiest way to avoid doing that is just to let go of the left joystick entirely. You just start the jump. As soon as you're going forward, just let go. That will help to kill some of the boy's momentum. Hey, buddy. Catch me. Don't jump too close to the building or else Trico will not be able to catch you. Like, don't skim the right-hand wall, basically. Alright, finally! We are back at a barrel location. So when this scene stops going left, and then very quickly the camera starts to like whip back toward you, you'll see it here in just a second. Like that. You can reset the checkpoint. Now Trico's going to be facing this way. He doesn't want pets. It helps out. Now, we have a barrel to go get. Can you believe it? They still exist. Once you get to the top of that platform, left up the stairs. You just want to be going up the stairs, generally. And when we get to this flat place, we actually don't have to go across up the stairs. We can turn left and take a shortcut, so we don't have to do it in a circle, right? The circle takes longer. And here's that barrel. Technically, if you know what you're doing, you can drop it straight down from this ledge, and it will land without rolling directly in front of Trico. But let's not, huh? I'm gonna throw this barrel down the stairs for the sake of speed. That's faster than me carrying it down. These stairs don't tend to work as well for that because they're a little bit wider, so it doesn't roll super well, usually. So you might as well just carry it down. And here's Trico. Buddy, buddy, buddy. This is exactly what I didn't want, dude. Stop. So he's kind of not where I want him. You want him to be in this hallway. I wanted him to be facing the other direction so that if he missed that, he didn't shove it like down those stairs behind me. But just have him in this hallway, the one immediately prior to this jump we're about to make, and that will help him to actually want to eat it instead of just getting confused and spinning around. Really no need to run there, dude. Gonna point him toward this. And then as soon as he starts moving out here, I'm gonna grab his leg. Apparently I'm gonna phase through it for a second. You can do this next part if you want. You don't have to. Of course, Trico's gonna make it hard for me. Once you're safe to drop down, you can run behind this rubble. Trico will follow you. You see his wings poof, just like that. Face directly through him and do the jump command. And then just trust him. So him doing this little flight, avoids the need for you to go down those couple pillars, which him like lining up for a couple jumps takes longer than having him just skip them, as you might expect. But if for some reason your Trico won't fly there, like he wants to go backwards to where you just were, that's okay. Just give him the R1X command and then get him jumping over those pillars. It's no big deal. No biggie. The next 4 barrels are mandatory, as you might expect. They're the ones after the fight with the other Trico. So obviously we have to do that first. As soon as you get up here, Trico tends to get confused with this, so face left and just do the straight point. And then give him a second. Otherwise he starts like going back down those jumps and all sorts of stuff. He doesn't know what's going on. Trico can handle this fight on his own. So if you just head through here and start working on the eye, that will help him progress faster. You don't actually have to push it very far. The momentum will take it across the middle of this bridge. And that's really all the further it needs to go. If if Trico has been great at the fight, which apparently he was, he'll already be here, and you can't move, which indicates that this scene is about to start. Hello, it's you again. I'll show you a couple tricks that you can do during this fight if you like, or you can just finish it the way that you remember how. It can quickly become kind of overwhelming to deal with her, because she has all this armor that makes it hard to climb her. It can be really frustrating, and she's shaking you around and all that stuff. So just do what you gotta do. There are no barrels to worry about here. We're just trying to finish this as fast as we can. Again, only truly if you're going for Lightning Emissary. If you're just going for all barrels, none of this matters. We're trying to go as fast as we can for your own convenience, I suppose. Normally I would have jumped down after her, but let's play it a little safe, huh? Like I would have already been down there a long time ago. Because we're gonna get this cutscene before I'm even, like, done with her tail. Alright, get her tail across here. You know the drill. Slam it. I'm not gonna run across the bridge because I don't want you to do that. Just wait here. We know how to run through their legs and end up on the other side of the bridge and already falling down by this point. But that's really dangerous, so let's not, huh? Alright, so she's down there. You can see the levers behind us. Head across the bridge to this big unbroken piece of wood. You can break it if you want. And then go into this corner. Drop down and drop down. So now you don't have to climb the chain to get up to this minecart. You're just like here. Which means you don't have to stand on that other Trico and be thrown around and have a hard time, you know, even being on her. You can jump down there if you know exactly where you're landing so that you don't slip off a Trico. We're just gonna wait up here. No sense in dying and having to do this again. It's really easy to die. Alright. Now we can hop down to Trico. Try to land in the middle of his back-ish. And by middle of his back, I mean like the middle of the visible part of his back. Which is actually kind of his side. Now, we have a spear here. That's good. Take note of that. If you've been taking good care of your Trico, you might not have any spears. And we'll cover what happens in that case in a minute. Because there are two states here. There's spears or no spears, basically. Because the game's checking whether you pass the spear test, basically. And I failed it. I know that I have failed it. For expedience, here is Trico's head. Run over here, look up, and you'll see this platform, which is where one of the armors is standing. Let's blow that up. And then we'll do the same thing over here, face this door. Look up. This one's a lot harder to see. But you see it's like right here. Blow that up. I'll hit this while I'm here. You can also climb on this and it will change the scene to nighttime if you climb on the minecart instead of lightninging it. Hold on Trico, I'll pull it out is what we were looking for. So that means that I failed the spear check. That means Trico has too many spears in order for me to progress. Which means before the next scene will trigger, I need to take spears out of Trico. That's fine because I can see spears, which is why I looked for them right at the beginning. The problem is if you fail the spear check but Trico is laying on all of his spears, So you want to check right at the beginning if you can see spears. If you can't, one of two things may happen. Either you've taken good care of Trico and you'll just pass the spear check, or you won't have anything to pull out. If you don't have spears and the boy says, hold on Trico, I'll pull it out, just reset. Just reset the checkpoint and start over. Because that'll shuffle the spears that are in Trico's body and it'll give you some to pull out. Because you don't want to do this entire puzzle again with all these barrels just to be like, oh, actually I can't progress, right? So just pay attention to whether the boy says, hold on Trico, I'll pull it out. And then adjust what you're going to do accordingly. Either reset or pull spears out if you have them. Trico eats these the easiest when you stand in front of him with them in your hands and kind of walk towards him once his head is up. Eventually he will eat them if they're on the ground, but it's much faster to do it this way. Okay, what are the odds of that? Almost done. So there's no way you can miss these 4 barrels, obviously. And then really we've just got a handful left. If you ever, because this kind of almost happened, if you ever have a barrel that's stuck underneath some debris and you can't pick it up, just shoot it with Trico's lightning and it should make the debris go flying again. So I know I didn't pass that spear check, so I'm just gonna preemptively head back here, grab the spear. And there we go. You see the camera didn't start to pan until I pulled that spear out, which means it was waiting for me to do so because it warned me that I didn't pass. If you didn't have spears and that just happens, congratulations, you passed. If you chose to climb on the minecart instead of blowing it up, you would have done that entire section in nighttime, which is kind of cool. Because presumably the minecart would have landed on the boy, right, and knocked him out until nighttime. So we're in Pink Sky. This is the ending of the game, the final section. Congratulations for making it this far. You can just triangle command right from where you're standing. That'll get Trico going. And by the way, this is the place right after Drawbridge where Trico sat down and there was a train car in that doorway. The reason it's closed now is because Trico, remember, pushed that train car into the room in order to follow you into Dark Room. So once again, we've ended up somewhere that we've been before. So, you destroyed these armor platforms in the previous section, which means Trico has no idea that they ever existed, and he doesn't care. So you don't have to do any of these fights. Trico is just going to self-navigate this entire time. It's great. Up and up we go. Trico's kind of looking the wrong direction for this jump. Just FYI. He'll change his mind right at the end. Okay, here we go. Once you get up here, you can hop off like that, or if you get stuck on Trico's head, he'll just go across. That's fine for you to follow him. Just make sure that he's facing this door, like literally with his face instead of his butt, before you try to shoot it with lightning. For some reason, in this spot only, he won't shoot lightning if it's his butt that's facing forward. Oh, okay. I have never seen that happen. Wonder what happens if I do this from the back. Trico won't come over, will he? Hey, buddy. I've genuinely never had this happen. I want to see what happens. Hey, man. Too small, huh? He's really upset. I wanted to see if maybe he thought that the door wasn't there because he hit it, and then he would just, like, phase through it. I guess he'll shoot it, even if I'm pointing at the other side. Nice. Hey, dude. So this cage doesn't super matter where you're standing, because Trico isn't going to eat you this time, right? I tend to stand over here because Trico's not going to bother me over here as far as getting in my way of the mirror. And then once you come out of this room, if you can, if Trico lets you, and that's a big if, it's good to try to destroy these eyeballs. There's going to be 5 of them. If you can't, that's okay. It's more convenient for checkpoint purposes. I'll show you what I mean. That might have been a little too slow. Ooh, so close. Trico very nearly interrupted me. So that one's basically a blind shot. Seems like we got it. Don't do it. Yeah, of course. All right, we can wait to get that one later. That's fine. Of course, Trico's never going to let me get these ones because the boy thinks that I want to pet him. And I truly don't. Stop. Alright, I'm going to readjust Trico. I do want to get these other mirrors. Eyeballs. Come on, buddy. He was so good with that first one. It was my own fault. I misaligned the mirror on the second one. It needed to hit the... Really, dude? Okay, fine. I'm not gonna putz around. I'm not gonna make you all sit here and watch me putz around. Come on. Whoops. Trico moves when you're on his back like this, which is why you want to try to hit these early from the ground. Dude. Stop unfocusing. I swear to God that I know how to do this. Okay, fine, Trico. Let's go. You are being the worst right now. And he's not even willing to make the jump. He won't let me proceed, but he won't proceed either. So the reason that we wanted to do those mirrors early, and I will still do them early, I'll just do them in a different, less favorable spot, is because over there on the bridge is a checkpoint. And right after that checkpoint is a spot where it's really easy to die. So if you don't have those eyeballs all destroyed by the time you hit the checkpoint, then if you die, you have to do all of the eyeballs again, which sucks. Trico was extraordinarily disobedient there. Normally we would just destroy all 5 of those from standing right there. No matter what, you have to destroy the other one in the back over here, which you can't see because this one's in the way. You would have to wait until up here in order to do it, but... Alright. Attempt number 60, dude. I swear to God, if you step on me and interrupt my mirror, I will turn you into chicken nuggets. Sadly, this one's too far. It's alright, we can still do this one. And then this one we always have to do when we're up here. It's really best to be shooting from the ground instead of Trico's back because, as you saw, he moves a lot. And if the mirror unfocuses, then you have to start that entire cooldown over again. It's never, never ideal to shoot from Trico's back except for one instance, which we're going to get to once we're over on that tower. I'm gonna try to shoot these before the checkpoint. Hopefully we won't find out whether it worked or not because I won't die. But this is the point where you can just clean up any that you didn't get before. If you're anything like me today, apparently you didn't get basically any. And that's fine. Nice shot, dude. As begrudgingly as I say that. Now, also, while we're here, we need to look up. And there are 2 more armor platforms. These will be relevant later. Keep your mirror on them. Normally, as soon as you hear Trico shoot, right, you let go of the mirror. But keep your mirror on them because sometimes Trico can hit them and they just don't explode for whatever reason. And then you don't want to have to do that whole finding them again. You gonna run? It would be useful if you ran more than 2 steps. Alright, jump command at this pillar that's over here. The one with fire in it. So yeah, this kind of thing is the reason that we didn't want to leave these eyes, right? This would distract Trico. You have to shoot from his back. They're not counted by the checkpoint. Just do them as early as you can, you know? Kind of want to die just to prove my point, but... So yeah, all these gargoyles are the cause of many a death. Usually that one. Coming off of that bridge, because you're kind of going in an arc, which makes it harder to be accurate. But alright. It's common for Trico to be leaving here. He'll come right back. It's no big deal. I would honestly argue that he's a little bit faster if he leaves. If he doesn't leave, he kind of twiddles around trying to figure out how to just go straight through the door, so... Alright, in he goes. Once he's in here, you can give him the point forward command toward the bridge that's across from you. I hopped off of his head early. You're not supposed to be able to do that, so it's alright if you can't. If you're not in the right spot, you'll just fall to your death. Or you just won't be able to move because you're supposed to be locked into place there. I just kind of brute forced my way past that place. So don't worry about falling. Just ride it out, and then when you can jump off Trico's head, do so. This next one you should be able to do without too much trouble if you want to give it a try. Once we go across to the other bridge again. So across here is where those two armors were that you destroyed. So again, because Trico doesn't see them because they're already gone, he doesn't know that they existed, and he's not worried about it, which skips a whole little fight here. You don't have to calm him down, nothing. You can just give him the singular point all the way across there, and then, yeah, he's going to turn around. He's going to look like he's completely ignoring you, but he's not. He's doing a good job. So yeah, if you want to try this one, which is another, like, fancy head dismount, line yourself up a little bit behind his ears here. You don't want to be just right in the middle of his head. This might be a little bit high, but he's going to knock me backwards. And then as he comes over here, he's briefly going to be looking left, which allows you to jump off of his head. Because for that moment, it's a flat surface. That one doesn't restrict your movement ever, which is why that one's easier to do. The other one is supposed to lock you in place, and you have to brute force being able to move. So above us is another armor. I can't get the camera to kick like that, of course. There we go. See? So you can try to shoot it from here if you like. I don't do that because 99% of the time, Trico is going to stand directly in your mirror, and you're just going to be sitting here for 5 minutes trying to shoot the dang thing. So this is the only time I would recommend shooting from Trico's body. Go up to his head. He might unfocus you once or twice by roaring like that. See? And that's fine. Just wiggle around, you'll get it. Okay, threw his spear right into the wall. Cool. He doesn't usually give you more than 2 wiggles. So if he's doing more than that, maybe think about standing in a slightly different place. You could be like right on the edge of the walkable surface, which is causing some problems. And we are so close. Just a couple more barrels. Of course, one of them is another really annoying one. But only 3 more, I do believe. Alright, up here, and we open up the first half of our bridge. The safest way to get down, it's tempting to want to jump onto Trico's head or onto his back, but his collision is just not super great right now, so jump in front of his face and let him catch you. Or, as I just did, you'll phase into his neck. That's a lot safer. I have lost so many any percents to trying to jump on his head, which is technically faster, right, than letting him grab you, and it just not counting as any kind of grabbable surface. And so you bounce off of his head and then you just go falling to your death. Alright, final tower here. There's another little trick that you can do. Doesn't really require any practice or anything. It's very fun. Once we pull this lever, don't forget that the entrance is through the wall here. Okay, so you can see, unlike the other side, this lever doesn't have a grate behind it. So once you pull the lever, head left and then forward. You can kind of see the boy moving here. And just keep holding forward. And then, boom. Hopefully, you'll land on Trico. Sometimes Trico says, I don't feel like being here. And then you slam your face against the concrete and have to do it again. But you're right there. It's okay to just do it again. Even doing it like 3 times. I think 3 times is the limit for when it is no longer worth it. When you could have just walked down the tower instead. So give Trico a singular point toward the white tower. And then let him go. As long as he's walking, as long as you hear this music, you're good. I'm choosing to be on his head because I'm going to jump off of his head to do this fight. But you can be wherever you want. And you can do this fight however you want. You don't have to do it like I do. I mean, really, you haven't had to do anything like I do so far. Live your dream. Do whatever you want. I usually approach this fight the same way every time. It counted as me getting caught. That sucks. Obviously, I am not caught, so that's a mistake, but... Alright. That's fine. Sit down, bruh. I don't really want Trico to get distracted by these guys, so I usually take him out pretty early. Trico, I'm not convinced you got this guy. I guess. At the very least, you flung him off the edge, huh, buddy? You still got a lot of friends up there, but I'll trust you. I want to do this skip, so... You take care of it, my man. Except for maybe this guy, I guess, because you're never gonna get this guy. Whoops! That was my fault. Sorry, Trico. Sadly, I need to let him get this guy now, because I need to be standing here. My joystick went a little bit further than I expected for that lightning. Stop. So yeah, if you time that right, you can stop that guy from coming out with a shield. This guy over here can sometimes have a shield, which is why I always go and check. And actually that same principle works in the next fight as well. There's a couple guys, double kill, who come out with shields. And if you do it right, you can make them drop the shield inside the door so they leave it behind. Trico's gonna step on me. Oh, good job, buddy. You focused. Nice. Who we got left? Just this guy down here? I got you, my man. Okay. Bye! So here's a barrel. Barrel alert. We haven't had one for a while. That guy still hasn't hit the death plane. Which is why Trico's still looking down. There we go. If you glitch yourself inside the walls of White Tower and you fall through the floor, it is like so far down that you have to fall before you die. So that's why that took so long. Okay, give Trico the jump command, which is triangle, while facing these 4 places where the armors were. Up in the platforms. And you are looking for the second door from the right, which has a barrel in it. This one kind of sucks because you can technically throw it so that it rolls down the stairs and goes flying off into the middle of nowhere. Trico alleges he can catch it. And sometimes he can, but you see he lost interest. And often that happens when you throw it. He'll lose interest right as you throw it. So be careful. I personally would recommend just doing what I did and setting the barrel down and then picking it up again to make sure that his interest is like fully refreshed and he's not going to lose interest in a second. So now go around the left-hand side of the White Tower. We've got another barrel. And you can start to look down here towards all these ledges that you climbed before. And you can see there it is. You were all around here before. Well, when I did White Tower skip, this was what I was skipping. I was skipping all of these platforms down here. Trico, hello. So step a little bit forward in front of it, even though you want to land behind it, because Trico's going to follow you. Hey, buddy. Thank you. No, I don't. No pets, okay? Sit. He was so insulted that I told him to sit down there. He'll usually just sit by himself. But a lot of the time, he'll just stand up right as I'm about to fling this over the edge. Look at that. He stood up. Sure. Find a spot that's comfortable for you, my dude. Alright? Oh, hey, you put your tail over the edge for me. It's so hard to grab onto this dang thing. Let me put the mirror away. The one time that I like want to pet Trico, I like can't. That's why this sucks so much, you know. Just getting on his tail. Alright, fine. I'll climb all the way from your butt because clearly that's how we're supposed to solve this puzzle. This is the worst. Please, can we just go, child? Yes, this is how I would climb a Trico's tail. Good job. Alright, thank you. We're over the edge. That's why this barrel sucks. That and right here, when you try to jump, it's really easy to die. So, be careful. And then don't throw the barrel or anything. Just drop down. The boy's gonna let go of it, but it's okay. Because he's gonna get caught on the edge behind him. And he'll never fall off or anything. The barrel won't go flying. Like, don't worry about it. The difficulty of that barrel is getting Trico to put his tail in a place that you can use. And then just getting on his tail. Hi, buddy. You ready? Nice. Okay, one more barrel and you will be good to go. I'm gonna do elevator skip. You can mimic me if you would like to do it. It's fun. Otherwise, just drag Trico's tail down into the hole like you normally would. Elevator skip basically has to be done on the first try here. Run over to the left side of the plinth, turn around, jump a little bit early into this hole that doesn't have any mesh, and now you're down here. Like, obviously, that's another speedrun thing. Don't worry about it. Like, don't stress about getting it or not. It's not a big deal. If you want to try it, have fun. It's just for fun. Alright. So we went to the left and hit the plinth that didn't have an armor in front of it. And now we are going to go 1. Whoops, that might matter. 2. Yep, it sure did. You know what? I'm just going to reset this. That dang mirror being on circle, I tell you what. So again, here's the plinth that doesn't have anything in front of it. They had all these buttons on the controller, and they put everything on circle. Hey, the helmets didn't load right. That's funny. Please. It needs like an inch. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if we get lucky with physics, don't stand too close to this armor on the right, or the boy is just going to zip to it. Catch these guys right in front of this door, and they'll all just stack on top of each other, and then bang, their helmets should wake up the other guys. If we're lucky, it will wake up both guys, which it did. No more armors. Very nice. If that didn't happen for you, you know, if you didn't manage to get all 4 of those guys chasing you at the beginning or whatever, don't forget that you don't have to run in circles. You can run across the middle, and that will help you get ahead of them and blow them up. If you basically did what I just did, but you still have one guy who doesn't have a helmet, put that down. You can throw a helmet onto him, and then as soon as he steps forward, you can do this and turn his plinth on from a distance, which will also cause him to turtle down into the ground. So you don't have to just focus on blowing up one dude with Trico. Because no matter whether you have armors alive at the end or not, as long as this happens, where this opens above Trico's head, then you can just pause as soon as it comes back to you and reset. Because that will put you up the elevator. You don't have to climb Trico's tail again. And again, do this fight however you want. I tend to have kind of a rhythm to how I do it, which is always running right around this plinth and then planting myself behind it. There's a guy coming up behind me, and being in front of this plinth helps for him to not catch me because he'll get stuck on it very briefly. But sometimes it doesn't work. I actually think Trico knocked that guy down a hole, which is why he didn't come after me. Because he's usually a blue guy. Hey, Trico, it would be great if you focused on saving me? No? Okay. Rest in peace, child. I don't really want to mash through all that stuff. I'm just going to start over because I'm right here. If it were later in the fight, I would have mashed, but Nah. There's that guy getting stuck on the plinth. And we got a double kill with him. You don't actually have to shoot an armor with the sigil on them in order to kill them. Ha, nice. Alright, what we got going? You, buddy. This single horn armor is just the worst. I didn't quite get to stop that guy. Which will impact the next phase as well. Shoot, please, Trico. Thank you. That means that the next phase, the guy coming out of that door, that the guy here just came out of, will be able to get out with his shield as well, sadly. Okay, well, that works too. And it won't be the first guy, it'll be the second guy who gets out. You'll see what I mean. Trico's gonna slap this guy away from me and not let me just explode him. Because that would be... Oh, thanks, buddy. Stop. Alright, well. Oh, this guy was just so gentle. He just decided to drop it anyway. What an absolute bro. I didn't want Trico's clawing of that guy to interrupt the shot from the mirror, which is why I moved it very quickly. Not like it matters because everything's on the circle button, so it's not like I could actually pull any helmets off. Because I just pick up the mirror every time. Or a helmet. We haven't had that happen yet. Or I accidentally pick up a helmet instead of shooting somebody. I've got him, dude. You don't have to worry about it. There's two guys on this terrace. For some reason, it seems like one of them may have already fallen off from the force of Trico's lightning. This is like the worst spot for this guy to be standing because Trico's in the way. But he won't move either. Is this other guy around? Nah, I think he fell. Sometimes the shaking from Trico's lightning is enough to knock him off, and then he would have just joined the fight. So sure, fight's over. And this is your final barrel. Make sure not to miss it. I already have the lock, stock, and barrel trophy, so it's not going to pop for me. Or at least I think I do on this profile. It would be very unusual if I didn't, but... Well... I mean, I had 198 barrels or something when we started, so maybe 168. You would have to think that I have all the barrels on this profile. Oh, I know I do. Because... Well, no, that's not necessarily true. I was going to say I know I do because I have a painted Trico, which means I have the feather painter for getting 96 barrels. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I got all the barrels, only that I got at least 96. If I kept skipping the same one, such as the Coliseum barrel, I won't technically have gotten the trophy, so... Hey, buddy! Come over here. There's no real sense in holding this now. We're just gonna have to drop it and pick it up again, but... It feels good. You see, he wasn't really paying attention, so... Hi. Final snacko, my dude. And that do be that. That is every barrel in the game. So congratulations, you should have lock, stock, and barrel. It should have popped just right there. And if you followed your guide, this guide, you do have it. I have a bunch of other guides for Last Guardian. For most of the trophies, some things are pretty self-explanatory. Like, wear all the outfits, you know. So, feel free to check those out if you need more help. Leave a comment if you have any questions. If anything weird happened during your playthrough, let me know. Otherwise, I am going to play through to the end, because don't forget, if you want your barrels to, like, count for the purposes of getting, like the feather painter and stuff, you need to make sure that you finish the game. If you go from here and you just start a new game, your progress isn't necessarily banked. Oh, I completely forgot to do this speedrun trick because I was just yapping. Yapping's what I'm good at. So yeah, make sure you finish the game to bank the number of barrels that you've acquired. Thankfully, you're pretty close, so I'm just gonna play through to the end. I'll show you how to do the rest of this stuff for my Lightning Emissary folks who are here as well. Because if you were going for Lightning Emissary, don't forget that you need to keep going. Up and out we go. From here, I mean, there is still some level of, like, optimization that you can do to make this a little bit faster, but you know the drill, you know how this section goes, so just do it. Like, you can see I intentionally landed in front of this because I know how to time it, but it doesn't matter. It takes you like 3 seconds to run around it. So the important thing is getting out onto this ring as fast as you can. Don't worry about trying to sync it up. I find it helpful to look at Trico during this section just so you know exactly when he's hopped out there. You don't need to wait for his tail or anything to get out. If you're looking for poops, keep an eye on Trico during this. Lots of people get poops here. If he starts running toward his next scripted event, which he is doing, that means he's not going to poop. Just go stand near him. Because you being here with him is the trigger. Any command will do here. I give him the jump command because it's the fastest to execute. Getting back to Trico is the thing that triggers the next scene. And then really you're just kind of on rails for a little while. Look at all those chickens. So obviously for Lightning Emissary people, you know, you can see that we're going to come in at about 4 hours, right? That gives you an entire hour to play with, and don't forget that some of the stuff in the game that I have counted on my splits doesn't count for you. So sometimes when Trico's doing like scripted stuff, the timer stops in the game, depending, but my timer's still running. So you even have a little bit more wiggle room than you think you do. Which is why throughout the run, I kept saying, like, don't worry about doing it this way. I'm just doing it this way because I want to make a shorter video. You know, I don't want you to sit here for longer than you have to. So really, you don't have to do White Tower skip. You don't have to do Drawbridge skip. Just get through the game, you know? That was my point. Your leg will be broken here. So reset the checkpoint because that will make your leg not broken. Healthcare, am I right? And then head for the mirror. It won't let you grab it this time. It'll let you grab it next time. And sadly, there's nothing we can do to make this any faster. I mean, the Ueda himself confirmed that this is just going to take as long as it takes, so. It's very agonizing when you're on, like, PB or world record pace, and then you have to sit and just watch your time go up without being able to do anything. We do be getting there. Almost. Alright, coming around the corner. White Tower will shortly be in view. And here we go. You're gonna get thrown off of her, and whee! Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. This wasn't great. Thankfully, she chose that attack instead of a kick. So now you can grab the mirror. Don't forget to actually hit circle. Otherwise those Tricos will catch you and you'll be in for a bad time. Alright, in we go. Pulling this tail can definitely be annoying. Don't pull it from the middle. That can cause you to get neither side down. I prefer to pull it from just underneath the top of the bulbous side. pull that in there. And then gradually, the force of you climbing it can drag it in. Or you can go up and fix it if you want. And bam, there you go. You have beaten the last guardian. Hopefully, with Lightning Emissary, if you stayed this long. But at the very least, I would hope with all of your barrels. I'm going to skip ahead just to show you what you can skip here. Because Lightning Emissary doesn't pop until you get to the end screen. But it is safe to skip this stuff. Don't worry, you're not going to skip the trophy itself. You have the end scene where the master explodes. You have the credits. And then once this is done loading, anytime, then you have this scene with the secret end scene, right? When it says the end, that will be when your Lightning Emissary trophy pops if you were working on that at the same time as the barrels. So like I said, you've got more than an hour to play with here in terms of being able to get Lightning Emissary along with barrels. If you just got the barrels, hopefully you had some fun with Trico in a low pressure environment. Like I said, I have guides for a bunch of other stuff. I hope you found this helpful. I know some people just really enjoy having a video to like play along with instead of just skipping to all of the relevant points, which is why I did this. So let me know if you have any questions. I would be happy to help in any way I can. Other than that, good luck with any other trophies you need to get for the Last Guardian. And if this was the final one, congrats on your platinum.